A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy once again for day 2 of the Namalco North-South Classic. It really, as we say, it's the final trial, so to speak, for a number of these cricketers, many of whom are hoping to wear national colours in the 2025 season. Some of them obviously have done so before, but for a couple of the younger ones, this is a great opportunity for them to make the step up to that next regional level. We have an interesting battle on our hands here with the Northerners resuming at 320 for 8. A pretty good score, and no doubt it will be interesting to see if they can build on that and how much, if any, can they in fact put together for the remaining 2 wickets. I'm Ruskin Mark yesterday, and it looks promising today as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, it does. I think North have this game set up quite nicely after that last wicket partnership that we saw between Caripea and Govaya. Not quite last wicket, the 9th wicket partnership. I think
49 already.
Yeah, exactly. And they were down at a point in time. They lost 3 wickets for 6 runs, which would have put them on the back foot a bit. But they seem to be well settled. But it's a new day. They had a few hours off, and now they're back. So they're going to have to just settle in a bit. You saw the way that Govaya approached things yesterday.
Was the one who was pitching the ball up, so it's obvious that he kind of expected a full delivery. And boy, did he give it a good little whack there, unfortunately for Govaya. Standing in the way there was Williams, and he was able to knock it down.
It was actually Joseph at
all right, Becky Joseph, yeah.
And he was a real live wire in the field, bats at the top of the order. Does have the ability to round his arm a bit in case, they struggle to get these final 2 wickets early on. But as of right now, he's just going to have to stick around in the field. But that brought up the 50 partnership as well between these two.
And there goes Caripea as well to add to his tally. So both batsmen are showing real intent here. They're not waiting for the bowlers to settle. They are obviously trying to get things rolling and rolling quickly.
Yeah, I think it's a good approach. You see, Ratcher's going to take some time to get himself going this morning. He had a long day yesterday, about 15 overs. So it's something that he's going to have to get accustomed to coming into the longer format of the game.
Did you notice that everybody is with a hat now? Some kind of head protection. It's hot. More runs again. So this is a very positive start for the Northerners. They ended yesterday very positive. Was it in the last over, the second to last over? We had a big hit for a boundary. So it's almost as if they didn't even take into account that the game would end at 9:30. They were just playing.
Yeah, it was a situation of see ball hit ball for them yesterday.
And really, there's not much by way of breeze blowing across the ground. There's a slight wind trying to emerge, but in the main, it's hot. Trying to probably generate some pace here now. You have to be impressed with Ratcha in this game so far. He's bowled a pretty good line. He's been consistent with that line. And if anything, he's overpitched a bit because he's been trying to get the ball to do something in the air. And the in-cutter has been his bread and butter delivery. More runs again. And they'll get 2 comfortably. So they're not wasting time here at all. Both batsmen seem keen on adding to their tally. It's up to 323 now. It should be more than 323. They've added at least 5 runs already in this innings because Caripea had a couple, then a single, so he had 3, and there were 4 runs going to Govaya as well. So should be about 327 by now for 8. So that is the situation here. The first over has come to an end, and so far so good for North. They've been able to not just negotiate that first over, but actually take control. So the new ball has been taken. We were wondering last night if they would venture to take it, but they kind of resisted it. But they did change the ball a couple times, and maybe that kind of dissuaded them from going for the new ball. But today the two quicks have the little red cherry.
I think they missed the trick a bit. I think these 2 wickets could have gone maybe a bit quicker if they took that new ball when Govaya and Pace started to get comfortable. They're both capable batsmen, but I won't say that they usually bat in the top 3 or top 4, where you face
319.
So
Well, we were debating whether it was 319 or 319.
So
Well, we were debating whether it was 319 or 320.
So it seems.
Yeah. So it's still because Caripia scored 2 here, then a single. Govaya was the original one who scored 2 quickly down. He scored the single rather, the first single to mid-off. Then Pierre scored a double, then 1.
And then Govaya got a
4.
single.
Then Govaya got 2 down to the deep.
Right, so that would have been 5.
5.
And I think that was it.
So
So 324 seems to be the right score.
Right.
And unfortunately for Caripay, he can't continue. But Justin Manek, I spoke to him yesterday after play, and he said that he's coming out this morning and he's going to look for 5. And he's 1 away, 1 wicket to get. Fulton Williams is not really a slouch with the bat whatsoever. I saw him bat last year for the T20 festival in the Queen's Park Oval. And I think he smashed was it around 70 of 20 balls in the oval.
Right.
So he's very much capable. Doesn't usually bat this late, but on a packed batting lineup like this, there's no other space for him.
Yeah, this is a loaded batting lineup. So Fulton Williams is the new man at the crease. And what a first ball from Manik. Remember yesterday he struggled a little bit from the bottom end coming up, but this top end he looked at totally different proposition. And he was flaring in at the pad there. And the bat just came down in time.
Well, I think that's going to be where Manik is going to operate from this end. We saw yesterday he got that ball tailing back in, as you said. Mikel Govaya at this stage of the game, 29 now, or 20, should be 29. And you're batting with number 11. What's the approach that you would go for?
Yeah, you have to make runs there. And what you do, in a sense, is you kind of count balls. So you're telling Fulton Williams, you're basically facing 2 balls on over maximum. And, so the first 4 is where Govaya is probably going to look to pad his score and try to get as many runs as possible. Now you're looking at the fielders retreating because they anticipate that that's exactly what he's going to try to do.
And they're going to try to push those 1s and 2s. And this is a chance there. In fact, the throw was a bit wayward from, it looks like,
coming out of the deep.
was it Kamil Puran?
Doing it, it looks like Puran.
Or Rambaran, in fact, Satran Rambaran. But yeah, I think you're right about that. That's the way that Govaya is going to play. And you can see him maybe looking for the single this ball or the next ball of the over just to keep Williams. Yeah.
There he goes again, trying his best. And but he will get the single, which might actually work out to his benefit. So you could see him just trying his best to get on with things here now, trying to fill his basket as much as he can. 332 now for 9.
Well, the information coming to us now is that they've decided that they're going to swap tea and dinner today. So tea is going to be at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So until 20 past 4. And then dinner should be scheduled at, I guess it will be 6:20 until 7 o'clock.
Right.
So
You still get the time. In all, it's an hour because it's 20 minutes by 40 minutes, and it's just that they're doing it slightly different. It makes sense because you're gonna get what happens there. You get more daylight time because you get the tea's a shorter period, a shorter break, and then. But that's the end of the over. I don't think that Govai is thinking tea right now. 333 for 9. He's probably seeing runs. You know.
he's looked good. He's looked good for his 32. He's played some good shots.
But it doesn't surprise you because we've seen him play like this, at the lower level, certainly. So coming here, he's probably just expressing himself now, coming with confidence.
It's Filton Williams on strike. And you can see go viral and don't have a word with him. Or just maybe, never mind. It's just a tapping a spot on the pitch there. But I think the plan is definitely going to be for Filton Williams to get that single. Yep. So good delivery from Racha.
Tucking him up there just a little bit. And but you know what is amazing about this, Liam, is the thought that is going into both the batting and the bowling. Racha knows that this is the man that they want to keep on strike as much as possible. So you're not going to give him anything to get off strike with. So just bowl off stump, just coming back into him. Most tailenders will just play that defensively or get out, trying to do something out of the ordinary. But here's the thought now, because again, Fulton knows what the bowlers are trying to do, but he also knows what their plan is. And the plan is to get Govaya on strike. So mission accomplished. It took 2 balls, but he's still gotten that. Now, Govaya has, 3 balls to go hell for leather, as they say.
And then just try to get at single to get back on track for the next one. I think the benefit of having someone like a Filton Williams, who's by no means a number 11 batter, batting at 11, is that those singles
forget you.
I saw an interaction between Mitchell Stark and Harshad Rana in the first test in that Australia-India series, and Stark told him that he bowls faster than him and he has a long memory.
Yes, this one is in the air. We've seen this so many times where the ball is just spooned in the air. Unfortunately for the southern team here, this one doesn't go to hand, but we saw a couple go to hand yesterday. Trying to whip it to the onside, got under it. But he got a single, so he's off strike. So Govaya is back on strike. 336 for 9 now.
I think Filton Williams would count himself lucky. And with 1 ball to go in the over, does Govaya go for the single, or is he trusting Filton? We'll have to see. And through the slip corner, that's a beautiful
might get
shot.
more than he bargained for there. He got a boundary. He was looking for the single, and but there is vacant. That straight, in fact, that passed through the slip cordon, so he got it a lot finer than he probably anticipated, and he got 4 runs for it.
No, I'm not sure if he'll be too happy or if he'll be
340 no, and he goes to 37.
This has been a good innings, a good thinking innings. He's played the situation pretty well. Had a good partnership with Perry Leon to get his team out of trouble. Now he's batting with the last man, and Manik is going to think this is a golden opportunity for him, because if he's bowling at Filton Williams now at a point where he's got 4 wickets, and then even when he goes to bowl to Govaya, Govaya's going to go all guns blazing, so there's a chance that that wicket could come. So Manik is in an ideal situation to pick up 5. And what better time to pick up a 5-wicket haul than the North-South Classic when there's a shortage of fast bowlers in the first game.
And well played. In fact, this is so well played, Himam. He actually walked into it, which took a step out and helped himself.
It was very, very close. It was a seriously good shot though from Felton Williams. Good timing, good placement.
He looked like Costas then.
Yeah, definitely did. Yeah.
Take on the fast bowler.
And now we see one of the slips. First Cooper's gonna come out. So you're bowling with the new ball to a number 11 batsman, and you've just got one slip on a gully.
Well,
It shows the
But
the
Liam,
ability.
check how he's flipped the script now. Because now they're spreading the field for him. You know? Because they now put a mid-wicket deep and a long on.
They always see the best form of defense is attack. Put the other team on the back foot, and Williams
Well
has done
played
that
again.
well.
Yep. He sent him back. Maybe Gouveia is saying, don't worry, don't take any risk. You're doing well.
This partnership has raced along as well.
22 on the board, yep. And he's up to 10.
It's going at a quick rate as well. We saw that cut shot earlier on. Could have gotten four for that, then that whip over mid-wicket. He really looks to be in good touch.
And even that off drive there, it's just hit it too straight. There's a PO, not out says the umpire to return. I don't think the umpire is in the ideal position to make that decision there, but he was close enough. And
Let's have a
Gouveia
look.
might have just gotten the bat down in time.
Let's have a look at it. It looks pretty close to me.
Yeah,
And
he's
he's
back,
in, he's
yep.
in. Just in though.
Yep.
Good sharp work from, I think it's Cephas Cooper there at short mid-wicket.
Wicket, yeah.
No, he's a good fielder. That LBW appeal look a lot closer than I thought at first as well. It seems like he would have been out. Because you can see right where
line,
Gouveia's bat is, you can see that white line. And the bails are off completely there.
Yep.
So they count themselves unlucky, Gouveia.
And that's what I was saying. The umpire was not in the ideal position to make that, because he'd have been looking for the bat and at where the ball was.
And he's licked it, and that's 5. That's 5 for Justin Manick. He's shown up this morning, and he's gotten his 5-wicket haul that he's worked so hard for. He toiled away yesterday, bowling 15 overs, and he's come in this morning and picked up the final 2 to put North back in the shed. 346 all out.
Well, beautifully bowled. 5 for 74 from 20 overs. From 18 overs,
18,
rather.
yeah.
2 of them maidens. And 5 for 74 for Manick. A splendid effort indeed. So they're all out for 346. And Gouveia is left stranded on 37. And Williams goes caught at the wicket for a well-played 10. A very enterprising 10. And he probably will be a little bit disappointed that he didn't have to play at that delivery, and the over would have ended after that delivery. So I'm sure now that he's walking back and reflecting on it, he's probably kicking himself.
Let's look at it again.
Yeah, look at how far it is from anywhere near the stumps.
Yeah, but excellent spell from Manick comes to an end. 5 for 74, 17.5 overs. It was a good spell. I think both the fast bowlers were quite impressive. Racha was good. Even Kamil Puran came in and did a good job. And Justin Gangu was excellent as well. So we're going to take a short break as South get ready to take their first knock out there. And looking at the wicket, there doesn't seem to be much
Not
demons
much
in it.
Yep. It's a good wicket to go. So Manick with 5 and Racha with 2. And welcome back to the Banla Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for the South reply. That's after North resuming this morning on 320 for 8. Eventually reached 346 all out in exactly 90 overs. So that is the story, and the story of their bowling performance. Again, Justin Manick, 5 for 74, and the teenager Aidan Ratcher, 2 for 58. The principal wicket takers, 1 for 31 to Jason Mohammed, 1 for 67 to Justin Gangu, and 1 for 54 to Shaturam Rambaran. So those are the wicket takers. And as the replay would have shown, one of those wickets should have gone via the run-out route, but it didn't. And but again, in where you do not have, you know, DRS and what have you, those are always going to be close scenarios to deal with. But it is Cephas Cooper and his partner in crime, Kamil Puran. Their turn to try and give their team a good start, and hopefully weather the storm here presented with this new ball. It's a pink ball, and it's the last man out, Fulton Williams, who is going to pick up the attack.
Looking at this field there for Fulton Williams, 3 slips, a gully, cover, deep, backward point, mid on, mid off, and a fine leg. That's big Joshua James down there at fine leg, which to me, it tells me that he's going to probably open the bowling.
Do some bowling as well, yep. I think, was it last year when he played, he was a little bit hobbled. He didn't bowl much, he just batted. He plays as a batsman in the regional tournament.
He was injured, and then he came into the academy team and did a lot of bowling for them, and was quick. He was really quick, rapid, and I believe he picked up 3 or 4 in his first game with the new ball.
So we see we got Williams' first delivery a little bit wayward down the leg side. And of course, we also keep an eye on the 2 wicket keepers here. Antonio Gomez.
Just 2 slips too. They ended up taking out the 3rd slip and that one swinging, but down the leg side. And it was a good take from Gomez.
Yep, excellent. He reminds me of his, Dinesh Ramden is the mentor on this team. But of all the great wicket keepers that we have produced over the years here in Trinidad and Tobago, we've had some pretty good ones from South Trinidad. Apart from Dinesh, well, David Williams is also coming into the fray here as well. When you start to list to make the names,
there's also Stephen Katwaru. He was from Central Trinidad, but he was also one of those keepers that, I mean, he was pretty good behind the stumps, like by signal by umpire Lyndon Rajkumar there.
So Cooper now will get an opportunity to take strike. Puran is on 2. It's 3 without loss. A bit of a quiet start, not an explosive start by any stretch of the imagination, but it's early days yet. I think the main thing they want to do is not lose early wickets.
Nicely played there from Cooper, but straight to Mikhail go via at short mid-wicket, and that's the end of over number 1. Williams just seemed to be a bit 2 sides of the wicket, just trying to get himself going early on here.
Yeah, you could see him drifting towards the patch quite a bit, and but hopefully this is just going to be a temporary kind of blimp for him, that he'll be able to adjust his line as much as possible.
It's going to be Dexter Sween
Yep.
to take things over from this northern end, and this northern end has produced most of the fast bowling wickets. In fact, all of them, all 7 wickets to fall off of pace in the first innings came from this end. So seems to be the favoured end for fast bowlers. Williams not getting his bearings just yet from the southern end, but Sween gets his chance now.
Again, everybody who gets their hands on the ball must be thinking in terms of, if you're a fast bowler, you must be thinking, this is the moment, this is the opportunity that you've been waiting for, If you could put on a good spell, even if you don't get wickets, but you trouble the batsmen, and you create enough confusion in their minds. Because remember, the selectors are looking closely at who wants it right now.
3 slips on a gully, a wait as Dexter Sween comes into bowl. And that one just teed it back in. That one came back in sharp.
Yeah, he doesn't have the quote-unquote the perfect high action. There's a little sling in it. But again, he's a strong man, big shoulders, and has a kind of a whippy action. The hand comes over quickly.
Yeah, I think that's actually the best description to give of that action. That's a good delivery from Sween, just angling across Camille Puran a bit, but not getting enough movement to find the outside edge. You could see just squared up a bit.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like hand to wicket with Sween into it. And probably was trying to go the other direction into it. And probably was trying to go the other direction as well, trying to bring this one back into the right-hander.
That's just so Carey Pair just roughing up that area where the bowler's landing, and we saw some issues with that.
Had some issues with that yesterday.
I talked to Justin Manick earlier, and he said that it was almost like mud that he was running into. And he was getting stuck quite a lot, and the sawdust didn't really help much.
It's not a bad line delivery. Bouncing, good bounce as well, good carry. And there it is, more concern with that, where the footmarks are.
You could just see him getting stuck a bit.
You see, look at immediately, you could see him looking around at where that the foothold is there.
Got to be careful, and this is something that is a bit of a concern, because here's a situation where there's 3 fast bowlers on international duty, or unavailable for selection. One of them has picked up a bad injury that he had to get surgery for. You don't want any of these young fast bowlers coming up who you need ready for that first game getting injured in a practice game or a trial game because of something like this.
And not only that, this close to the start of the competition.
Just about 2 weeks away from the first game.
So the recovery time is limited.
And Cooper nicely behind this time, and that's the end of a decent over from Dexter Sween at the end of 2, 4 without loss. You could see him there just trying to rough it up a bit again.
And I remember yesterday they just applied sawdust to it. We were calling for the rammer to see if that could help to already persist. But he was able to complete the over without any further alarms, but we wait to see. So Williams now, can he adjust his line a little bit towards the off stump?
Angling in nicely again.
We've seen a lot of the bowlers, and I suppose in Williams' case, maybe because he too has a fairly quick arm. The action with the arm, it's not almost not consistent with the body action. But this is a critical period for South. The one thing they don't want is to lose early wickets here and put pressure on the rest of the batting lineup. So they really need these two to give them some kind of a start, some kind of a foundation. And again, Puran just kind of throwing his arms at it, not to the pitch of the ball, and just reaching for it. Not able to find the middle of the bat. It's a bit of an examination for you. You look at where that ball, it looked as if he was trying to play that through the offside, and then the bat almost turned in his hand. He ended up tugging it towards mid-on.
It's that angle in again. Swung a bit later into the gloves of Gomez. Williams, I think he seems to just bring the ball back in more often than not. Which maybe in the second spell it would be nice to see him from this northern end.
Yep. If you look at him, he's not completely side on when he gets into his setup, and so that inward movement is consistent with that.
It is again.
Yeah, it's when he gets side on and he pulls. Again, good carry to wicketkeeper Gomez. The end of the over, it's a maiden, 4 without loss. And again, we want to remind our viewers, wherever you may be, that the break, which was normally be the lunch break, is going to be a tea break, and it's just going to be 20 minutes. So we will be coming back to you a lot earlier. And then what was the customary tea break will now be the lunch break later on this evening. So please be advised.
It's been to continue from northern end. That cover now coming into very short cover. That is go via.
You can see the curl from Sween. It's what we call early swing, and in the air. But when he's able to do something off the wicket, when it pitches, if it continues to go, if it deviates the other way, is when he becomes a more difficult proposition.
Cut away from Cooper, lovely shot, and Cephas Cooper's off the mark with a boundary, a good looking cut shot, beat everyone in the infield and raced to the boundary for 4.
He placed it well. He was in position early, and you could see him there waiting for it. And then all he had to do was just execute the cut shot, which he did to good effect to pick up a boundary. So that takes the score on to 8 now, so he doubled the score. He's on 4. He's going past Puran, who's on 3 at the non-striker's end.
Good line there from Sween. He's really struggling with that crease. You look at him again, he's gonna... I mean, it's disappointing really, because it seems to have been a
bad result. So, here we go.
young Josh Telemark coming out there with the tool.
Yeah, because if the bowler is having an issue where his foot is landing, that throws off everything. Because you as a bowler, that's one thing, you don't want to be concentrating on that. You want to be concentrating on the ball you're about to deliver to the batsman. You don't want to have to worry also about where you're placing your feet and if it's going to come out properly.
So yesterday Vikash Mohan, when he was batting, he wanted to get the side screen changed. and because it's along the same lines. In a trial game, especially, you want to be as comfortable as you possibly can be, and see.
Yeah, so I think the repairs have been effected. Hopefully, it will persist for a while.
Let's see if Mr. Telemark did a good job there. Sween turns and bowls again to Cooper, and it's well left, well bowled. Just getting that angle away now.
Yeah, please. Open it through quite nicely. Again, good carrier to the wicketkeeper. So the bowlers, they don't have any complaints about the bonks in the wicket. If anything, they probably might want a little more pace. But they may have to generate that themselves.
That one not really getting up. That's some early signs of some deterioration in this pitch after day one.
Some uneven bonks in it. So now it's a question of what does that do to the batsman? Because when you see uneven bonks, you start to get worried. So not doing a good job here, just keeping things tight. Cooper and Puran probably trying to weather the storm here.
One thing I've noticed about Puran, especially in recent times, is he's tempered down his game a lot. Because he does have the that's a beauty from Fulton Williamson. He does have the tendency to be ultra aggressive at times, and it often leads to his demise, especially when he got to that higher level, when he made his first class debut for Trinidad back in 2022, I believe it was. And then in 2023, he played for CCC, where he didn't get as much runs because of things like this again. So I saw recently in the Super 50, he played for CCC again, and he was a lot better.
That's a good shot. He's going to get at least a single here. He wants a second one, and he will get that as well. And again, not rushed. He was in position and had to wait on that one. In fact, when he hit it so almost in front of square in the offside. An indication of the lack of pace there from Fulton Williams.
Then that one just kind of sat up for him. Williams just needs to get into a good line and like get some rhythm going, and then really start to work it up. So this third over now. Not been bad by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, but he has to try and see if we could generate a little more pace. Right now it's a little pedestrian. The batsmen are not bothered by it much.
Cut away again, and
that's gone for 4.
looks like Azir Raja out there slipped. Wasn't able to take off because he slipped as soon as the ball went down there. You could just see he.
It's almost like he froze there, but he really did slip and couldn't move. The ball was some distance away from him, but at least he had a chance maybe of getting closer or trying to cut it off.
Was not a good delivery once again from Fulton Williams, and this time Kamal Puran was able to get good results for it. He left that one on bounce there. He's leaving on length a bit now because that one would have been coming back into him. That one got some carry though, some good bounce.
Yeah, but generally, other than that one ball we saw in the previous over that almost ratted on the wicket, the others have been consistent. And going through
edging and gone. A good catch from Dejon Charles and is MBK Joseph, who's had experience at this form of the game for the West Indies Academy. I had a good season with them last year. I think he played 3 games. He averaged about 28, 30, anything around there. And got a couple big scores to his name. A couple good starts, I should say, because he's a player that could get a lot more. He got 2 or 3 occasions he got into the 40s and got out. So he's got an opportunity here to really stamp his authority on this game. And with the likes of Amir Django missing from that first game, there is a spot open for someone to bat in that middle order where Django bats.
Yeah, well, it's a good delivery. Probably not the best delivery, but it certainly got big on him, and they were able to come up with the wicket. Now it's a question of, does that adjust what Cephas Cooper does? Does he change his mood? Any?
Full from Sweden. That's a beautiful shot from Cephas Cooper. Was down on one knee, and that one is into the boundary, past the field at point for 4.
Well, basically Webster seemed to escort the ball down to the boundary. He seemed to be tracking it going towards the boundary. It was so well played that he got close, but he just couldn't get the dive in, which is right there, but he can't get down to it. And it's 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs for Cephas Cooper.
It was one of those teasers with it. You always felt like it was right there. And it just kept going and kept going. So a good looking shot from Cooper, good timing. And Sween pitching up the ball, looking for swing. Can't blame him with the new ball in his hand. And unfortunately, you don't want it ever, but to be uncomfortable and upon landing it's just really something that plays on your mind quite a lot.
Yeah, because when you practice your run-up, you don't practice for that. You know. So he's going to have to hurry. If he fielded it the first time, it could have been curtains there. And Becky Joseph, thinking of a quick single, went down the wicket. But unfortunately, they couldn't pick up the ball the first time. And that was a great opportunity there, maybe to effect a run out. And it goes a begging there. That was Davis?
Yeah, Josh Davis, he's on the field for Joshua James right now, but it was poor from Cooper, to be honest. He called him, he started running down the wicket, and he sent him back halfway. He's got to be a bit better with his running between the wickets. He's had some issues in terms of communication at times.
Well, that could so easily have been the wicket number 2 there. That would have been a really bad dismissal for South had they lost Joseph and
without facing a ball.
Without facing a ball, yep. You know, that really would have been sad for him.
He's a special
and for
player.
the team, yeah.
And they're going to need something big from him. You mentioned that that's a beautiful shot from Cooper. It was all over that one.
And Cephas Cooper wasting no time getting into his wicket and helping himself literally, because there's nobody out there in forward of square. So big acreage out there to work with. We spoke about somebody getting to a big 100 in this game. So Ram get pretty close. He got 84. And you want to see at least somebody from this South team as well try to get to triple figures. We saw 2 centuries last year with Amajango and Vikash Mohan. Yeah, so that completes the over 22 for 1 at the end of it. Good expensive there from Sweeney, 8 off it. Cooper has 12 with 3 fours. So he's dealing in boundaries. And they've all been pretty good shots as well. The one that he squeezed down behind point for the boundary that went in just ahead of T.L. Webster. It was a glorious shot. And then the pull shot was also very well executed. So good signs for South. But as you kept saying, you know, we've seen so many players get starts. When you think of the North team, Mohan got 38, Charles got 14, Gomez got 29, Webster got 16. 37 not out to go via, 27 to carry pair. And even Fulton Williams got into double figures. He got to 10. So, you know, great opportunity for batsmen here. They just need to spend the time at the crease and, you know, push on to triple figures.
3 sips and a gully in place for MBK Joseph, his first delivery. And Williams getting that one to leave Joseph, but it was too wide. Had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you have to be so dialed in a situation like this because, like I said, there's so much riding on a good performance, you know, in a game like this. So you come in here, you're not putting pressure on yourself, but you're trying your best to get something positive, get a good performance in, whether you're a bowler or a batsman, or even in the field. You really want to do something of significance in this game. And the best way to do that as a batsman is to try to get a 100, get triple figures. You know, and it doesn't matter where you come to bat. Both teams seem to be loaded with batsmen all the way down to number 11. So
We spoke about the South batting lineup where everybody bats in the top 7, top 8. So
they spent, took 15, 16 deliveries to get off the mark. And roughly he faced 37 balls. He only had 9 runs to his name. So if he could do that, somebody who is, you know, gung-ho most times, the other batsman must be thinking, you know, this is the way you approach life on this wicket, in this scenario here. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about building an innings here, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a lot of thought, and it's going to take some patience as well.
I think for Williams here in this over, he's making it a bit easier for Joseph because he's bowling wide and not making Joseph play. He fetches this one, chasing after a wide delivery, and he picks up 2. He was in good control of it.
So he's off the mark here now. 24 now for 1. The man out, of course, being Camille Puran for 9. Caught Charles at slip off the bowling of Williams. It was 14 for 1. They've moved on to 24. And now for the same one. And here's a wicket taker, Fulton Williams.
A ball from Fulton Williams there up in the block hole to finish the over at the end of 7, 24 for 1. Williams off to a good start, 4 overs, 1 for 10. Sween on the other end, 3 overs for 13.
So I guess they would look at whether they'll persist with Sween at this end.
And they're going to make a change. It's going to be Dion Webster. Medium fast bowler from Queen's Park. Got himself some first class wickets in recent times. And some runs. He's been a mainstay in the team for quite some time now.
See first, there's a change in bowling. Dion is coming right down. Over to you.
So first change for North in this, their opportunity in the field after their batsmen feasted to get to 346. Andrew Rambaran 84, Joshua James 59, Vikash Mohan made 38, and Mikael Govaya 37 not out.
There is Webster for his first delivery, and Cooper right up behind it. Looking at his first class record, he's played 26 games. He's not bowled that much. He's got 20 wickets and an average of 42. Best of 5 for 40, for 5 for 36. And in terms of his batting, he's averaging 26 with the bat. He's got 300s and 450s, so he's been a part of the Sherina team for a few years now. He's been batting all around. Anyway, he opened the batting at times. He's batting at 6, at 7. And inside edge maybe on this one. We signal from umpire on the right, and there is no signal, so inside edge on that one.
It was a good delivery. Just touching down just on about the off stump and covered him back into the right-hander. The hands went up, and then you could almost like the appeal was stifled when the indication was that it did hit the bat as well.
And Becky, Tiana's coming right arm over. Four.
So
Welcome.
now the left-handed Joseph from Becky Joseph comes on strike. Still the two slips on the gully. Nice, brilliant sunshine here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Wide there, Joseph tempted to play at that, but he leaves it. They're going to put another man into the slip cordon. Carry Pay goes in now. That makes it 3 slips on a gully. We've got Vikash Mohan there. And yeah, went after it. He's one of those batsmen that like to feel bat on ball. Want to score. And he's going to play at some of those. And I think that's where he needs to be a bit more tight in terms of his decision making, in terms of leaving and playing at which ones he chooses. On the front foot, shoot to Joshua James at cover. Just looking for his timing right now.
So that is the how should I say, the bane of regional batsmen, shot selection. You know, it's been how you, we all know they can all play, you know, this myriad of shots, but it's working out when to play which one. And that is sometimes the biggest issue with a lot of the batsmen. Hence the reason why so many of them, as you say, average 25, 30, 35, and they can't get it up into the 50s and 60s, as the case may be. As the over comes to an end, it's 25 for 1 at the end of the first over from Tian Webster.
It's going to be Williams to continue from the southern end. And I think he's lent into it after a bit of a wayward first over. He's gotten himself right back into it. He's worked up a nice rhythm here. And got that wicket of Kamil Puran with that ball that just came back in, and Puran was lining up to cut, but it got big on him, it got close to him, and ended up just fending it to second slip Dejon Charles. And here is Williams again to Cooper. Cooper looks good on the back foot there, but straight to Sween.
And Suffolk Cooper is not a big man. He actually is small in stature, but he does strike the ball pretty forcefully, and when he hits them, he can, as I say,
So we're moving on to 27.
yeah, that should have been stopped though. No bowler likes to concede runs like that. That ball is straight at him, and he just, well, it just went through him. He seemed to have it covered until he didn't. And but that's a tricky position to field, so you have to be concentrated there, because the ball does move a little bit.
Inside edge this time. Well, it actually was, I think it was deliberately played for that single there. Govaya gives chase. I think what I want to see is Joseph rotate the strike a bit. I think early on in the innings, the best place to be is at the non-striker's end. Just want to keep rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. And with time, the confidence grows as well, the more you see.
Yeah, he does have a big opportunity here to get a really good score.
Driving. Straight to Joshua James at backward point, the big man. Got down quickly. And stopped that one.
He does well. He has to go a long way down. He's a tall man, but he got down very smartly moving to his left, tumbling to his left, and making the stop.
Three sips and a gully of wheat. Williams to Joseph. And good judgment from Joseph. Playing on a wall.
And sometimes they'll leave alone is probably the best shot that you can play, because anything else you're asking for trouble outside that off stump there, because it's close enough to get you into trouble, because you're not sure if you should play it with a straight bat or if you should play with a horizontal bat. It's just that indecision that could mess up the whole mechanics.
Dot ball to finish the over at the end of over number 9. 28 for 1. Cooper's look good. He's on 16 of 21. Joseph 2 of 13.
Not a bad start. No. Explosive start, let's put it that way. But under the circumstances and given the quality of the bowling, South having to work here for their runs.
9. LT. Very little. Yeah, that's it.
North bowlers not cooperating, as they say. Not too many freebies to hit.
Look at the pass of this game as well. The history of this game, North has usually been the team that dominates this fixture. I think Salt would have something to say about it this time around. Both teams seem to be pretty even on paper based on the amount of youngsters around. A lot of guys getting opportunities for the first time.
Yeah, and that is the significance of the moment. You have to be in the moment, so you're in the team, and so you might as well, make the most of it.
Cooper looking to cut, and James got across nicely. And once again, a bit of yes, no between Cooper and Joseph, but they get the single in the end.
Again, this is where you don't want to give them easy runs. But there was a run-out possibility, but I don't think neither of the two batsmen or either of the two batsmen had overcommitted. So a throw like that from James has to be a proper throw to the wicket keeper, because as the idea of the single initially.
Just saw umpire Ryan signaling to the ground staff once again to get the rammer back for that that landing area. It seems to be worsening, and it looks like it's something that they're going to have to do over and over throughout the rest of this game.
I'm hoping that they do some repairs overnight, so that by the time the players come tomorrow or during the break, they can do some additional work.
Nicely played there from Joseph. Two deliveries left in the 10th over here.
So this has been a pretty good start from the bowling unit for the Northerners. They have just the one wicket to show for it, though. I'm sure they'd love a second one. And there he is, and he's edging it, and he's out caught. Well, he went driving at that one, and Mbeke Joseph, and it hit the outside edge. He goes for 2, smartly caught by wicketkeeper Gomez, and that's the end of his stay at the crease. It's 29 for 2 now.
He flashed hard at it again, Joseph. It wasn't as far away from him as he thought, and unfortunately for him, his time at the crease comes to an end. A golden opportunity missed for Joseph here. And that is the end of his first innings. And with that, there's going to be a short break as the players are going to have a drink at the end of the first hour is upon us.
I think the sentence up here. So from here, 0 is over here.
The patch last night, the patch last night.
This morning.
That's right, this is.
Yeah, you shut it, right?
One and now. No more. Stay point. Watch.
Yeah, that's 2. A very little into you. Yeah, that's you there.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is a little bit of a hole that the Southerners are digging for themselves here. They've lost their second wicket now. They only have 29 runs on the board.
1 to come here.
It's 29 for 2 with Joseph out caught at the wicket off the bowling of Tian Webster. And prior to that, we saw Camille Puran caught at Charles at slip of the bowling of Williams. 14 for 1, 29 for 2 now. Jason Mohammed, the experienced man, is out in the middle with some work to do here for South. 2 slips on a gully in place. And Webster is bang on target to... And Cooper right in behind it. Check this one. Right, okay. Yeah. So Williams already with a wicket, probably trying to get another one here now to put South in more strife at the moment. But we've seen, we've seen so much. I was making this point, and you probably may be able to verify what I'm saying here or dispel it. I'm saying a lot of youngsters are learning cricket now on the television, because they see so much of it. It's so much T20 cricket and what have you. So they develop certain habits. That's how they learn these days. Now, and it's not just cricket; it's all sports. Because they see so much of it, they try to copy certain things that I do. What is missing sometimes is the how-to. You want to be able to play the cover drive, and you can play the cover drive, but a lot of times they choose the wrong balls or whatever it is.
It's about knowing when. And,
Yep.
and I think that's where a lot of players make mistakes, especially young players.
And what they do, they see the experienced guys doing certain things, they're breaking all the rules. Play with it. And that is what happens with experience.
Off the pads, and that's going to run very close to the boundary. Big Joshua James is out there, and picks up cleanly, so Cooper will get 2.
Yeah, so that's what I think happens a lot of times because they see these experienced players playing these magnificent shots, and doing all this incredible stuff, and but they don't understand the amount of hard work and effort that goes into to getting them to that point. And I always use basketball as the example, because
Everybody wants to be Steph Curry.
but not only that, when players come into the NBA, for example, they come in with certain tools and skill sets as foreigners effortlessly.
Someone just sat up again for him. And Cooper was quick onto it. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, that's too short from Williams, and Cooper is not going to miss out on those. So he picks up another boundary. 35 for 2 at the end of 11.
Yeah, so he's up to 23 now. Mohammed is yet to score, so 35 for 2. And I'm saying that, so let's take, for example, let's use the popular name. When Michael Jordan came into the NBA, he was a big slasher and a dunker, and many people defined him as such. However, like Magic Johnson and like some of the other greats in the game, every year they kind of added something, so they came back, and now all of a sudden he had a mid-range jumper, Then you see Magic Johnson came into the league and he could pass the ball. Okay, we know he could pass the ball, and he had a little Jean Pierre shot. He used to shoot like a net bowler, But then he refined that, and he got a baby hook, as we used to call it. This one almost coming back here to Tion Webster, So you just keep adding and building on what you have. So when you saw Kobe Bryant, for example, at the end of his career, he was the. So when you come into to any new situation, you just bring in what you're accustomed to, But then you realize, by everybody at this level is either quicker than you, bigger than you, stronger than you,
yeah.
So you now have to figure out your niche in this whole big sea that you entered into. And, sometimes it's sink or swim. That's a good delivery. Just touching down on about leg stump. And so that's why I'm thinking batsmen, and the batsmen in particular, not that bowlers don't have to do the same thing, but batsmen in particular, bowlers are working on you, especially experienced bowlers. They look at you and they see certain things. I'll give you an example. Pascal Roberts one time, with both Pascal and Jack Norega, I was playing for Paragon. I was a little baby at the time. I was 16 years old. And Jack Norega was bowling. He was fresh from his 9 for 95 and everything. And well bowled. You could see that ball curling in the air. And Mohammed just reaching for it. And Jack, I was feeling that slip. And I'm trying to remember, I think we were playing Paragon. We were playing Harvard at the time. And Jack Norega bowled one ball at his batsman. And then he said, Ruskin. And he just adjusted me at slip. One ball in him. And that was it. Next delivery, wicket, straight in my lap. And that is what experience allows you to do, because you've seen it so many times. Just the way the batsman shaped up, Jack knew that this is what was coming. I don't even think he saw that player play before. So he needed one ball to work him out. And once that happened, that was that. And that is the experience part of the whole thing. And that is what you probably wouldn't see on television, because you might see guys taking wickets, but then you don't see the process for them getting those wickets.
And then because of those, that landing spot right there on this end, so they probably want to give him a fair opportunity to run through his action, and because as I said, Trinidad and Tobago are in desperate need for 2 or 3 fast bowlers going into that first game because of some notable absentees.
But during the break, when they took the water break after the wicket fell, I did see the ground staff come out with the rammer again and do some more work to it. And what I've noticed, Tion Webster has been able to run through the crease with, with good ease and good consistency, but not showing any real concerns. But then he's probably about 70 pounds lighter than Sween.
Driving is Cooper, but straight to Tion Webster. Cooper 23 of 30, he's look good. And he's one of those players that really has been in and out of the Trinidad and Tobago side for some time now. But he's been dominant at local level. There's not much players scoring more runs than Cephas Cooper every year in the local circuit. So he has got to find that way to dominate at the higher
Next
levels.
level, yeah.
Even when he played for West Indies under 19 all those years ago, must have been about 5 or 6 years ago, he was so good. He scored so much runs at that level. But just at this regional level, he struggled a bit.
It happens, and it's not, it's not rocket science, because two things. A lot of people kind of mature at different times. And some people grasp the opportunities presented to them early, but others kind of like have to work at it before they actually get there. Plus, you have others who get a break early.
The King, I know there's no one there. Third slip. And the Dexter Sween will counter.
Being afforded the benefit. In fact, I would like to think that being afforded the benefit. In fact, I would like to think that Carripier would want to put a third slip in.
Well, they've moved Rambaran around from gully to maybe like a four. Well, they've sent him back now.
I would actually take out that short cover and bring him in the slip cordon.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to have that short cover in at this stage when you're on the attack. And down the leg side, we await the signal from umpire Raj Kumar.
Looks suspiciously like leg buys.
It is.
Yeah, because we saw that also in the North innings, where the captains were a little bit reluctant to organize the slip cordon. And I was happy to see the 3 slips for Tion Webster, but I'm thinking, because Sween is a little bit quicker, and because Sween is getting that ball to tail away from the right-hander, you almost certainly thinking that the ball is going to go down in the slip cordon, and you want to plug those gaps and give him a chance to get wickets. I'm happy to see them using a first slip and a second slip, and not that staccato that we saw yesterday, slip and a half, 2.5 kind of thing.
Mohammed immediately getting the single. Brings Cooper back on strike. 27 of 33, scoring at a good rate.
I like Cephas Cooper. I like the way he shapes up. He reminds me a lot of, a lot of people would look at him as similar to Gus Logie. They're about the same height and everything. But he's more, to me, likened to Keno Mason. And, he has similar mannerisms to Mason. 41 for 2 at the end of the over.
He's a busy player. He likes to drive on the move and always looking for runs. And I would have played a lot of cricket with Cephas at secondary school level. In fact, he was my first captain at Naparima College, and I remember a time in a 40 over game.
Blade, as they say. That's like this boy Fletcher. When I first saw Fletcher, there he is again, and like bread and butter for Mohammed. You don't give him that much room outside the off stump. In fact, he made the room. Look at his initial movement. Covered the off stump with the right foot, and then he is already in position, and then just getting on top of the ball and punching it square for a boundary. His first. He's up to
Mohammed
5.
has been around for many, many years, as we all know, and he still manages to score runs at the highest level for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I was telling you about Andre Fletcher. I saw him in Tobago in a age group tournament, and and he had the ball flying out of Shaw Park. I can't remember how many balls they had to change because he made a double hundred. You know, like 280 something and like 36 sixes or some ungodly number, sixes, fucking that thing. And the ball just kept flying out the ground. And he's only like 15 years, you know. I'm like, whoa, you know. That was the first time I saw Andre Fletcher. He was just going berserk.
Jason Mohammed, 100 first-class games to his name, just under 5,000 runs now. He'll be approaching that this year in the 2025 Regional 40 once he is selected.
How many hundreds does he have into his name now?
He's got
First
now
listed?
13 first-class hundreds
13 first-class
and
hundreds.
20 half-centuries, high score of 220, and he averages just under 31, 30 and a half.
And I'm sure he must have been thinking, boy, some of those half centuries I could have probably, you know, pushed on and gotten 100. But to his credit, a lot of times when you watch Jason Mohammed, he bats in crisis situations. It's almost like those are tailor-made for him. You know, the team under stress, be rescued. The ball is beating the outside edge, or batsmen are playing and you know, go in the slip. But like he heard me, because that is, you know, to me, and he should do that the same thing for Sween at this end as well.
Yeah, I think Sweden deserves the same thing because I think Webster would have asked Kyrie Payne now to go into third slip.
Go in
Because even though the wicket, there's nothing much in it for the bowlers. So even like it's not slow or anything. When you drive, you're driving well. There's no more popping up in the air or anything. So you might as well just have the third slip.
what it does too, it encourages the bowler to bowl that line, that channel off stump, just outside the off stump. And with the movement that he's getting, it means that the batsmen have to be very careful coming out there to play big shots. You want to make sure that you cover everything if you're going to play an aggressive shot outside that off stump. And these are not tall batsmen, so all of that could work in Webster's favor here.
And another dot to finish at the end of over number 14, 46 for 2. And Sifas Cooper, 27 of 37. Mohammed, 6 of 11.
It means that they were 300 away now, 301 away.
301 away from passing it, yeah.
So 46 for 2, which is kind of like par for the score, but I'm sure they'll want to cut down on the wicket, the dismissals. They can't afford to lose too many wickets here too quickly. And it's 46 for 2 from 14 overs.
Josh Davis has entered the field. He's replaced Andrew Rambran, who's just gone off. And Davis, and once again, so we see 2 slips and a gully. There's no third slip, but there's also no short cover this time. Pear has gone to mid-on. Govaya has come around to short mid-wicket, and now they're going to move Webster slightly around just a regular cover. It was destined to go for 4, but Pear did well, and they just end up getting 2.
So again, a lot straighter from Sween. And, so he's bowling to the instructions that his captain is probably asking him to bowl at the stumps. So he's giving him the protection at mid-on and mid-wicket if he strays a little bit.
On the back foot.
Yeah, so these are 2 batsmen who are not very tall. They're not going to come onto the front foot and blaze away. But they're 2 competent batsmen, I have to say. And contrasting styles. Jason Mohammed he looks solid in defense. And but Sifas Cooper is a little more adventurous.
Right up behind that one.
think Crisis Jason is being asked to play another crisis knock here. Help his team get out of this little mire that they find themselves in. And he has to do it on two fronts. He has to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and he has to stop the loss of wickets. Which isn't easy to do, but the one way to do it is to just occupy the crease for an extended period of time.
I think runs would come once he's out there for some time, and nobody knows that better than Jason Mohammed. He's one of those batsmen that spends a lot of time out there.
I would imagine Cooper batting with Jason Mohammed is probably makes his life easier.
They bat together a lot as well because they both play for the same club here in Trinidad and Tobago, Power Gen Sports Club, and they usually bat together. Task at the end of 15, 48 for 2.
Good over from Sween. Apart from that first delivery that was pretty much full on the pads, that was driven to mid-on. Other than that, he kind of adjusted his line a little bit towards the off stump, and he also pulled back the line, the length a little bit as well. So good thought process from him, not giving Jason Mohammed what Mohammed wants, which is a little bit of width and a short length outside that off stump, so he could free his arms and play that big booming cut shot of his.
Oh, Tion Webster's going to get a rest, and it's going to be the North captain, Carey Pear. He is in to bowl from the northern end here.
That's 32, yeah.
48 for 2 on the board, and I think because Jason Mohammed and Cooper are probably two of the better batsmen, Pear would want to come in here and get some wickets. One slip and a short leg in place.
Yeah, try to see if he can break this booming, well, it's not booming as yet, but it's threatening to do that. Little partnership there between these two. See if he could nip it in the bud.
Cut away, and Joshua James is out there at cover. They get a single. The man at short leg seems to be Andrew Rambaran, is it?
I think he went off the field earlier to get the pads on.
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, it looks like Rambaran at short leg. Sween at mid off. Mohan at short cover. Dejon Charles at slip. Uvai at backward point. James at cover just off the boundary. Webster at mid on. Williams at short mid wicket. And there's your Raja down a deep square. And Carey Pear, that's a good delivery.
Yeah, the first one was a real loosener. He just got it out of his arm. And Cooper not able to take full advantage of it. Through the offside. Cramped a little bit for space and for room to cut.
Carey Pear has only played 27 first class matches. I thought it would have been a lot more than that. But he's only played 27.
He's played a lot of domestic cricket. Well, that's the thing. You heard of Carey Pear, for a long time. In fact, there was a period, remember, when first it was Akil Hussain who came onto the scene. And then Carey Pear came shortly after. And Akil Hussain was the one who I think had gotten into the West Indies team. But Carey Pear actually came up and seemed to go past Akil Hussain for a while.
Yeah, for a few years, Pear got past him in the TKR setup in the CPL. And then I believe it was the 2020 season where it was played behind closed doors and all the games were played here in Trinidad, across in the Oval and over here at the Puran and Cooper Academy. Akil Hussain got the nudge in the very first game ahead of Carey Pear.
And he
never got out of the team after that. He's all the way to number 1 in the world.
And they both of them are pretty good friends. They're very good friends. And all this. I don't think it's like there's any hard feelings, but it just shows you sometimes, if you don't make it the first time, don't give up. You could come back. Well, I was waiting to see when this was going to happen. And but here's the irony of this move also, is that that last over that Sween bowled, to me, was the best he bowled since he started in this innings. And unfortunately for him, after bowling what could be termed his best over, he's out of the attack now. And but it's Joshua James's turn. The big fella wearing the number 51. Well, I suppose he now has to think, well, he doesn't get the new ball, but this is an opportunity for him to show his speed and show his control. And the first delivery is bang on target. Jason Mohammed having to do a little hop, skip, and jump to get into line.
Joshua James, 23 years old now. And played 6 first-class games, picked up 10 wickets at a best of 4 for 43, an average of 30, and he's also got a first-class half-century to his name. So he's had a good start to his career. You know, he's looking to get into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Got a half-century in the first innings here.
Well, it's 50s on the board, 50 for 2 it is now. And James, it's the 2 slips on the gully.
Oh, that's nicely played from Jason Mohammed. And it's not going to get into the ropes as Filton Williams cleans up, but they should get 2, and they do quite easily.
Yeah, again, Mohammed on the.
Yeah, it's James into Mohammed. Cuts straight to Raja. Backward point. No run on offer.
Yeah, and that's his bread and butter out there. He lives for that cut shot.
James just starting to get a bit warm. He needs to
Just be careful with his length here. Because if it's too short, both Mohammed and Cooper are ferocious cutters of the ball.
Oh, well left from Jason Mohammed in the end, but it looked like it was
Hands
very
went
close to
up,
that
yep.
stump.
Jason is probably saying, what are you guys oohing and eyeing about? I had this covered. But the entire slipcourt and had their hands on their heads there. Like, whoa. So he did come back at him a little bit. He probably had expected it to go the other way. Now let's see if there's a seed planting in his mind here now by James. And that's well played again. Once you drift onto his legs, he's very comfortable there, Jason Mohammed.
Well, the end of the over, 54 for 2. And just about 8 minutes before the tea break. Yeah, and you got to think that's going to be 2 overs if the fast bowler is in operation. Maybe they could sneak in a third if Gary Pay's over goes through quickly here. But a bit of delay tactics, Jason Mohammed. If there's one thing he knows, it's about how to play time. And he knows that maybe let's just try to minimize the amount of overs we get in before tea.
He's having the bat, or the grip on his bat adjusted.
And some water as well. So he knows what he's doing, Jason Mohammed.
Well, the umpires will probably say, you know, he's the older statesman in the team, so you have to give him some leeway. And I would imagine Jason probably asked them politely, you know, being the gentleman that he is. Probably. So I think they're all set again, Cooper and Mohammed are just getting their gloves back on as they get set to resume here now. Nice, really a beautiful day for cricket.
The back foot and cut out.
That's a
James
great
is going to
shot.
have
That's
some
4
chase.
runs.
Yeah, there was no catching it there for Joshua James. It was beautifully placed from Cephas Cooper and a boundary to the young man. He moves on to 32 now.
And this is the challenge for Carey Pierre. He's not a big spinner of the ball. And so his line has to be, a little more consistent, plus his length. He's too short and he's too wide. And I think both batsmen who are good cutters are taking advantage. And just as I said, he's not a big spinner of the ball, he produces a beauty.
Let's look at this one again. That was a beauty, and you don't need to be a big turner of the ball. If you can get that little bit of turn just to beat the outside edge, or find the outside edge rather, it makes you so dangerous as a bowler. And I think you look at the West Indies team, you look at Akil Hussain, and you look at Gudakesh Moti. Akil Hussain is not the one that's going to turn the ball a big way for you. He bowls a new ball more than often, and Moti's the guy who's going to come through the middle overs, and he does have a bit more turn in him.
Yeah, but to his credit, Akil Hussain has developed an arm ball. It's a vicious arm ball. It actually moves in the air when he bowls it.
Yeah, he's probably one of the best. He's probably one of the best arm ball bowlers in world cricket at this point in time, and it shows in his performances, in his stats, and it shows in the ICC rankings as well. That arm ball has become his go-to weapon. Carey Pierre has got one of those as well. He had a good CPL. Not in total agreement with that.
So you're going to have the two spinners operating simultaneously. So maybe he's just trying to get overs in. I don't know. Before the break.
I think that's exactly it. He's probably going to try to get.
See if he could get another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Before the actual break and the players come off. So Nikhil Govaya gets his opportunity here. Similar type of field, just a slip and a forward short leg. Then he has a short fine leg, a deep square leg, and that forward short leg, plus that mid wicket straight and a long one, 3/4 of the way out.
One thing about Govaya, that one got some turn. One thing about Govaya is that he runs through his overs quickly, and he always is there to put the batsman under pressure. He's bowling to Jason Mohammed, who doesn't really feel much pressure.
And the thing with Jason is doing the smart thing. He's slowing him up. He's removing the helmet. He's certainly not making it easy for him to get through his overs, like you said, as is his custom.
That's experience. That's the experience of the man, Jason Mohammed.
Because he knows Govaya wants to rush through his innings. This over, rather. So you could squeeze out another one.
Pulled away. And that's a boundary.
Yep.
Andrew Rambaran would have been scared for his life there.
The man at fine leg probably didn't see the ball, because Jason Mohammed hit that so far away from him. He just kind of turned and watched at it race. It was between him at short fine leg and the man at deep square leg, and neither one of them had a chance. Dexter Sween could just
Any of the stumps.
It's very difficult for the umpire to make a determination out there that is going to go on to hit the stumps.
Yeah, and this wicket doesn't seem to have too much turn that we've seen just yet. The delivery from Govaya. And I suspect this will be the last delivery. It's 3:59 p.m. now. I don't think they'll sneak in another over. And, it is Mohammed facing up what should be the final delivery before tea. And he's right behind it. You're not going to see Jason Mohammed run down the wicket there, I can tell you that.
Yes, so it is the interval. So the umpires have removed the bail, so it's 62 for 2 at the tea interval on day 2.
These boys probably going to go down for tea, have a snack. And I can tell you one thing, I have a good friend by the name of Ruben. He loves a snack. He'll be excited for tea time. So at the break, 62 for 2. Jason Mohammed 17 not out. Cephas Cooper 32 not out of 45. He's looked very good this morning. We'll be right back after tea with more action.
Thank you very much. And as we welcome you back here, we had a short break, and again, this is the tea break that we essentially, Sixers scored by North, will resume on 62 for 2, 17 to Jason Mohammed, 32 to Cephas Cooper. And we see Carey Pear getting ready to continue from this top end, or the northern end, or the commentary box end. I would say, when you're in South, you say, well, which end is which end? We are the northern end, but we are the commentary box end.
Well, here's Pear for the first delivery after T, and Cephas Cooper is long forward. We spoke about how good Cooper looked before the break. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches his first 2 or 3 overs after.
And what happens too, remember, look at the line that Carey Pear has adopted now. He's a lot closer to the stump. And, when he first started, he was way outside the off stump. Plus, he was short. And he got punched through the offside a couple of occasions, both by Cephas Cooper and by Jason Mohammed. But now he has adjusted his line, and he's starting more on the stumps. And as a result, the batsmen are at least respecting those deliveries a lot more. Here he is again, just on about that off stump.
Yeah, and this is what Carey Pear does so well. He's going to get into that spot, find that spot where the batsman can't really score too easily, and he's going to stick to that all day and make you make a mistake.
A little bit shorter this time, not able to cash in here. Cooper, Cephas Cooper. Cooper is from a family of cricketers.
Off the top of my head, I believe it's about 5 or 6. I can name you. Akil Cooper, who played for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force before. There's Daniel Cooper, Silas Cooper, who just recently played in the Dream 11 T10 Blast in Trinidad and Tobago. There's Matthew Cooper, who I played a lot of cricket with in Aberrima College. And Cephas, obviously, that's the 5th. And Adrian Cooper, who is the captain of Prince Al locally here. 6 Coopers, in fact.
Yep. The Cooper clan, they call them.
Look at them, they're just short of having their own team.
Yeah. I suppose if they got together with, which is another big family unit that playing cricket in Trinidad.
The Gangas, there's 3 Gangas who used to play cricket.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Darren, Sherwin and Sheldon.
Yep. So that would be 9. They need 2. They need
I'm sure we can,
2 others.
we can bring Kevin Cooper back and say he's related to them. It's Mikel Gobaya from the southern end, and an appeal. That one going down leg, no shot offered from Mohammed. Ramaran completed the catch at short leg. Good stuff from Gobaya to start. And Mohammed, quick one to this, pulling it away. It's gonna be a chase for the man at mid-wicket, Carey Pear. And if he can't get it, not much people can. That's 4 for Jason Mohammed.
Again, just a little fractionally short. And Mohammed swivels into his stumps so quickly, got into position, and then executed that pull shot to near perfection. Probably didn't hit it as cleanly as he wanted to, but he got enough, as I say, good wood onto it, and was able to pick up a boundary. So he quickly goes on to 21 now. 66 now for 2. This partnership beginning to build here now, 37. And there's another beauty. This is Jason Mohammed really showing his class here and threatening to put the North bowlers to the sword. 70 for 2 now, and he goes to 25 back-to-back boundaries. 1 on the onside, 1 on the offside.
It's too easy.
And And here he is again thinking he missed out at least a single there. All he needed to do was just run it down to fine leg. And he probably would have picked up one, if not more. But he kind of pulled out of the shot when he saw the turn.
He's onto a good line and length now, Govaya. Just had to get warm.
Slip on a forward short leg. The close in catches.
Oh, that's a beauty from Govaya. Mohammed,
Turn there.
Mohammed didn't look too comfortable in this one. Let's have a look at it again. I think it was an exaggerated appeal. It didn't seem like much happened.
But I suppose that's the over comes down at 70 for 2 at the end of it. The presence of the forward short leg is what Jason Mohammed is the reason why he's not prepared to put the bat out there, because if it spins and bounces, it could hit the glove or hit the bat, then the pad, and spoon a simple catch to that man at that forward short leg position. So he'd rather pull the bat out of harm's way and present the pad. And as long as he's able to get outside the off stump, the line of the off stump, you know, he would be in good stead.
It's Pierre. And he's really adopted this straight line. It's hard for Cooper and Mohammed to get anything away on that line and length. This is what I like to see with Kyrie Pierre. He's going to pick up the ball, he's going to turn around, get back to his mark, and he's ready to go again quickly. He's going to put you on the back foot. He's not giving you much time to think about ways to score. He's ready to go again, but Cooper's not ready.
Because he almost surprised him the ball before.
Bit more width this time, but he's shown immaculate control over the course of
every ball. They are at least forcing him to wait before he's able to come in to bowl to them. 70 for 2 at the end of the over.
Another maiden for Kyrie Pierre. Back-to-back maiden overs. And you could just see that he's getting into his work now. And when he starts to go like this, it becomes very difficult for Mohammed and Cooper to get time to even think about how they want to play him. Because he's just on that spot. And he's always ready to bowl. You always have to slow him down. And, you know, a couple more overs like that from Pierre could really see Cooper do something, because he's not getting strike. Mohammed would have faced all 6 deliveries of Govaya's last over. And when Cooper does get the strike, he's on the back foot and he's just defending. He can't seem to score. Appeal for LBW.
Thankful, but again, Mohammed is using his smarts here. If he can't get to the pitch of it, he's just presenting the pad and getting outside the line of the off stump as much as possible. And short ball, not able to take full advantage, but will still get a single to bring Cooper back on strike. So suffers Cooper from the Cooper clan. Who knows, maybe, do they have sisters in that family?
Well, I can't remember.
Well,
I
know
feel
they
like
might have a couple of sisters who could play just as well.
Loving it here, boys. Loving the field here, boys. Still challenge that in and around that off, mate.
Just to be careful, the forward short leg cannot cross that line.
pulled away and Philton Williams was ducking for cover. Ramran was ducking for cover. The wicket keeper got something in the way of it.
Now, why is Philton Williams ducking for cover there? Look at where he is. He's a leg slip, leg gully there. Good over once more. Just a single coming from it. 71 for 2 now. Cooper is on 32. Mohammed is on 26. 26 on 41. So he's catching up with Cooper. Cooper's 32 runs coming from 60 deliveries. So it's going to be Carrie Pear who will continue here. 71 for 2. He'll be
Left hand round
bowling
the wicket team.
first up to Jason Mohammed, who's on 26. Cooper is on 32 at the non-strikers end. So a real battle here. Mohammed, who captained South on a number of occasions, captained Trinidad and Tobago as well, and the West Indies, Presidency 11 and as well. So experience from at both ends, one with the bat and one with the ball. Cooper finds a little width here and is able to take advantage of that. So some absorbing cricket here. Both teams trying to get the upper hand. And really given the treatment there. So it goes straight past the wicket keeper. You probably got a glove or got the bottom edge of the bat onto it. So Mohammed quickly jumps up to 28 now. Actually, Cephas Cooper it is. Who goes to 37 with that boundary. End of the over, 78 for 2 at the end of it.
This side, right?
So a real solid partnership here between these two. It's up to 49 now. And they came together with the score on 29 for 2. Kamel Puran is out for 9. It was 14 for 1, 29 for 2 when Becky Joseph went for 2, caught at the wicket by Gomez of the bowling of Webster. Puran was caught Charles at slip of the bowling of Williams for 9. But since that time, these two have really done well. Jason Mohammed in particular has really settled in quite nicely. In fact, he's catching up to Cooper to some degree. He's on to 28, 37 to Cooper. Just taking his time, not really rushing proceedings. He knows that there are runs to be had here. There's a long one in place.
Oh, it was in the air.
Yep, he's trying to flick it away.
Ramaran would have thought he was in the game for a second there, but
Can't get a run.
Thank you.
So the end of a pretty tidy over from Govaya. And at the end of it, just a leg by conceded in that over. 79 for 2 at the end of it. 50 is the partnership now. So I'm sure these two will be looking at that and thinking, hey, we would need 50 more, if not more than that. 50 times 5 or 6, because they need somebody to, they need this pair rather to try to battle along, maybe battle today if possible, and see how close they could get to that 346 if not beyond.
it's a good partnership. It's a good bit of batsmanship as well from both of these batsmen. And as I said earlier, they represent the same club, so they spend a lot of time batting together, and they know all about scoring runs. Jason Mohammed, as we mentioned, 13 first-class half-centuries as well as 20 half centuries.
Titiful's got centuries to go with the 20 half centuries. Is it 20 half centuries he has?
Yeah, 20 half centuries and
And
13 centuries. Yep.
And like I said, when you see Jason Mohammed bat, you know that there is quite a lot to his game. Very experienced, and this is kind of bread and butter for him. Once you give on to 29-37 to Cooper, they still have some ways to go, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's just there's not much batting done so far when you look at the long scheme of the game. Still 15 overs remaining today, and these two would definitely want to be there at the end. It might be a bit difficult, but as of right now, it's such an easy wicket to bat on. There's no real turn, no real bounce. Nothing has really kept low other than that one we saw from Sween, and it's just been free and easy batting. And when you get a wicket like this in a North South Classic, you don't want to lose a chance. You don't want to miss your chance to
You
score
don't want to
big.
waste it, man. Take full advantage of it. This time he's going to get the single. And again, they not the dispense with the leg gully when Jason Mohammed is batting, but whenever Cooper comes on strike.
Cooper with a big sweep, and that's a boundary. That's a really good shot from Cephas Cooper.
Very well played. Again, was down on one knee and just helped it around the corner. And he placed it away from the man at deep square leg. Sween is down there, but he never had a chance. And really, he was chasing after it purely for retrieval purposes. Via just adjusting his length here now, because Cooper was so comfortably into position to effect that sweep shot.
Look around at this team here, and I see not even just this team, but the guys on the field right now. Just recently in Dream 11 T10 Blast, Scarlet Scorchers would have won that. And Cooper going for the quick single and good running. You look at that team. Govaya was on that team. Filton Williams was there. Cooper, Cephas Cooper was on that team. Andrew Rambaran, Dexter Sween. I think Carrie Pear was unavailable this season, but usually is part of that team.
Yeah, so
They have that camaraderie. They know each other well.
Play together for a while.
And they just won a tournament, so the energy there is going to be pretty good.
So it's 86 for 2. Mohammed is on 30. Cooper, who's sort of pinched the strike here, is on 42 right now. Partnership is up to 57 at the moment. And building. And I think when the South coaches, Imran Khan and company, would look at this and say, this is more like it. But they know that they're far from finished here. There's plenty of work still to be done. The target is 346.
So good delivery from Pear. Need to find a way to pick up a wicket. They need to break this partnership because these guys are very comfortable out there now. Partnership of 57. And they would want to get one of these guys back in the hut as soon as possible. They know once they get set, or even more set than they already are, how hard it's going to be to get rid of them, and especially on a wicket like this.
Yep. So you have to try to do your damage before they settle. As I say, the horse might have bolted already.
But I was just about to say, yeah. Look at the North bowling. No Isaiah Raja just yet. He might be worth an option with his leg spinners. Vikash Mohan as well, capable of spinner. Rambaran to bowl. That one came back in a bit with the
With
arm.
Yep.
Serve him.
What a good maiden over, third maiden for Carey Pay at the end of over number 28. It's 86 for 2. And Mohammed and Cooper continue to look so comfortable out there.
Well, after the tea break, they've kind of picked up from where they left off. Few alarms. We're just going about the business of trying to accumulate runs here.
I don't think Rambrand's going to take the ball anytime soon. So what the hell, with pads on there? That short leg.
And, Jason Mohammed gets a drink of water again. As does Cephas Cooper. It's hot out there. We can't underestimate that. It's pretty hot for them. And I think both batsmen have been deep in concentration and looking the part, so to speak. And I think this is, and we also have to remember too, Liam, this is what you want to see from Trinidad and Tobago, from batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago. They work through the difficult periods, you know, and they build an innings.
Nicely played from Mohammed.
And in this case, you build a partnership.
I think a lot of this game has been the bowlers having to work a lot harder than the batsmen. I think it's been a lot easier for the batsmen to score than it is for the bowlers to take wickets. It's a flat track, it's a good outfield, no turn, no real bounce. It's just been an easy batting day for these guys. And I think it's always been on the bowlers to pick up wickets. It's been pretty difficult. No real assistance for them. So when you see guys like Jason Mohammed and Cooper get to these starts, if they don't score 100, you feel a bit slighted because it's too easy out there for them.
And another boundary. 19 over 2.
A lot of the issue there that I think you can see some frustration in the North fielders is that Govaya did well to bowl 3-dot balls, and then you get a ball like that, you just release all the pressure. And this time hit straight into Ramaran and just ricochets to Carey Pay at mid-wicket.
Showing good restraint there, Jason, because that one was given generous flight. But he resisted the temptation. And now he's running this one down to third man. That is going to get close to the boundary. He won't get there. And they are just going to have to settle. Williams tracks it down. Then they settle for the 2 runs to end the over. Puts it to 92 now for the loss of 2 wickets. And Mohammed is up to 36. Cooper is on 42.
Seems to be Carey Pay to continue. Don't see why not. Maybe it's time to try someone new. Govaya has bowled 6 overs for about 25 runs. He's not been bad, but we've got options, and this partnership, they seem to be playing Govaya quite comfortably. Maybe just give him a little rest. Bring up someone like.
Yeah, as a fielding team, you have to be alert. Because you want to support your bowlers as much as possible, but also you want to stifle runs. You don't want them to get these sort of get out of jail singles.
Good finish to the over for Pay. Another maiden, his 4th at the end of over number 30. It's 92 for 2. And I see Govaya having a conversation with Pay. Maybe in terms of a field change. Not quite sure about a bowling change just yet.
Yeah, they have to maybe even bring back Tion Webster and see if he cannot, you know, you just want somebody to break the partnership for you. And
they've got options as well other than Tion Webster. They've got James, they've got Sween, who I thought he bowled well in his last over from that end. Filton Williams as well, who picked up a wicket from that end earlier on. But it is going to be Govaya, and hopefully he can pick up a wicket. And I like this plan from Govaya. He saw that Mohammed was playing him comfortably. Now he changes the angle, goes around the wicket, And he's going to look to create a new angle for Jason Mohammed to play. And with that, he's got that arm ball that moves away sharply from the right-handers. And from this way, it gives Dejon Charles a bit of chance
slip.
to get into the game.
Start make.
So from around the wicket now. And that's played nicely there, but they won't get a chance at a second run. Sween is quickly onto it. So does he use the leg slip for
Sheffield and Williams.
else in the blazing sun?
And this is well played from Cooper, but Webster gets around quickly. 93 for 2. And he's gone around the wicket to Cooper as well now.
Thank you, mate. Thank you, mate.
When you think back, it all started this morning, well, after lunch, really at 2 o'clock, 3:20 for 8 naught.
Hey,
And
there, Mickey.
they lost Carrie Pear early,
Just string it, Mick. Just string it, Mick.
and but eventually they were bowled out for 346. And since that time, South, they've lost 2 wickets. Puran for 9, Joseph for 2. But this pair, they've done the business here, added 64 so far for the 3rd wicket.
Mickey.
Cooper well behind that one.
Certainly showing the type of temperament that you know is necessary to play regional cricket, and then to step on to play at the higher level.
Yes,
You
Mick.
just wait for the bad balls, but and in between those, you deal with the good ones. You treat them with respect,
2 minds, Mick. Don't want to come
and
for you, Mick.
all the while you're just waiting there to pounce.
I still think if there's one critique you could have of Cooper's game is he's not been rotating the strike as much as he could be. I think he's more of in that defensive mindset. Is
Plays it with the full face of the bat
Yeah.
and not try to rotate or use the wrist,
use the wrist. Yeah, exactly. And I think he's just
to
waiting.
manipulate the balls and manipulate the field as well. When you just either open the face or close the face, because you can play it solidly and it will hit the bat, but it's going back to the bowler. But if you play on impact, if you just turn the wrist a little bit, you could squeeze a single out square or take a single on the onside, and you're not really taking a risk because you're still playing with a straight bat. You're just opening or closing the face of the bat.
Nicely bowled again. Carry Bay 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 14.
And since he adjusted his line, it's been a totally different approach against him. It's been more defensive because he's starting on the stumps a lot more now.
And it's just right now about keeping him out. Trying to keep him out of the game, keeping him out of the wickets.
See Mohammed there threatening to give himself some room, but Pear followed him towards the leg stump or just outside, and he had no choice but to treat it with respect.
2 very experienced players in battle here.
And again, you can see Jason Mohammed trying to find ways to score, but not able to do so. He has to be careful, though. We saw 2 batsmen yesterday doing a similar thing, just trying to play it as a little, I don't want to call it a paddle shot, but just trying to get it away from the square to probably get a single, and ended up spooning catches high in the air. So again, that's the lack of pace in the wicket.
A ball again from Pear. At the end of over number 32, 93 for 2. Carry Pear. 9 overs, 5 maidens for 14.
But they're going along their business quite nicely, and doing what is required for the southern team.
He 40's long end, he 40's long end. Keep looking at that scoreboard.
93 for 2 right now.
Be patient, Mick. Keep looking at that scoreboard. He 40's long here, Mick.
North in their first innings, 346. And here is the sweep shot again by Savas Cooper, but he can't get a run this time. That little gap there is plugged by Carey Pear.
Keep looking at the scoreboard here, boys.
Williams is in the way.
Keep looking at the scoreboard here, boys.
And he's going this one, and he's going to get it out of the ground. And that's very well played by Cephas Cooper. So that brings him closer. He goes to 48 now with a 6. Hit it at the slug sweep right in his wagon wheel there. And just helps it over mid-wicket. 99 now for 2. So 1 away from the 100. And the partnership now is up to 70. And he goes to 48, so he's 2 from his half century. And beautifully done by Cephas Cooper. And it's a shot that is always on, especially when the off spinner is bowling around the wicket. In fact, you could play it when the off spinner is bowling over the wicket, but you just have to be careful with the lines and that he's bowling and the length as well. And after that moment of aggression, he's back into the defensive mode. And Cooper again pinches another comfortable single. So that will bring up the 100 for South, 100 for 2 now. We're in the 52nd over. Or rather 33rd over, I should say. We still have 51 overs after this one to go. So quite a bit of cricket to be played. And Mohammed not able to follow Cooper's lead by taking a single through that mid-wicket region. And very comfortably done again by Jason Mohammed to tack on one more to his tally. He goes on to 38 now. Cooper is on to 49. It's 101 for the loss of just the 2 wickets. So these two pushing along. The partnership now up to 72. So they're just helping the team in no small way. Once they stay together, you know the runs will come. And they're doing just that. So Carey Pear will continue. Into his 10th over now, not for 14 from 9. Been very miserly.
With a lot of maidens, 5 maidens.
It's a long while we haven't seen him outside the off stump like that. He's been pretty much starting on the stumps.
And Mohammed happy to leave, but it's one of the few listeners to get from Carey Pear.
Yeah, he's saying if you're going to hit me, you're going to have to hit me off the wicket. The boundaries he conceded with deliveries wide of the off stump. He's been a lot straighter since, and as a result, they've not been able to really get at him as much. So a single there for Jason Mohammed. He goes to 39 now.
Cooper drives. 1 short of a half century.
Could see him now, probably just trying to see if he can get the scoreboard to tick over a little bit faster. But I think he still has to play within the context of this situation.
Good stop there from... Well, actually, Kovaya got to it. Dijon Child just shadowing it. Man at slip Vikash Mohan. Short legs, Ramran still there. And dot ball to finish over number 34.
Not much turn there, so Carrier is relying on his guile. And there's what little variation he's getting off the wicket. But in the main, his line is consistently on that off stump, just outside the off stump, but not much wider than that. And he's staying around the wicket. He's not going over the wicket. He's staying around and just trying to angle it into that off stump and then maybe see what happens from there. What I think he's hoping for as well is for the batsman to kind of make the mistake. People try to go across the line or try to get him over the top. But so far, these two have resisted that. We did see that one big slug sweep in the last over from Cooper.
And that was of Govaya.
Yep.
And now we see Joshua James replacing Govaya from the southern end. Just the 1 over for him earlier on for 4. And he's got some work to do. He's interval from the middle period of this game. 50 overs left in the day's play now.
It'll be interesting to see how they handle the quicker bowlers or what the attitude is towards the quicker bowlers. Do they go after them or do they just treat them with respect and take whatever they give them?
Partnership now 73. Looking to cut Mohammed wants a single and Cooper responds. Look at the batting to come. Jit Gully, who's been stand-up performer for Red Force in recent years. Satran Rambaran, Daniel Williams, Christian Turton, Justin Gangu, and Racha as well as Manik. All still to bat. Good batting to number 11 there.
Yep, as you spoke of Manik and Racha. They shared 7 wickets between them, with Manik getting 5 for 74. Racha had 2 for 58 in support. Then a wicket apiece for Mohammed, Gangu, and Ramadan. That's when South bowled. Right now, North are bowling, looking for a breakthrough, but they won't find it here. So it's 103 for 2 now. They're desperate to get something by way of our wicket here. This player now at its 74 together, both into the 40s. Mohammed is on 40, Cooper is 49.
You could see that Jason Mohammed has just brought that sense of calm back into this innings, and now all of a sudden they're on top of the game. But that one was left outside the off stump from Cooper. James, his hands were in the air. He may have just passed close to the off stump or
Well,
over.
actually jumped over the off stump. It's a good effort ball on his part. And I'm sure he would have liked the batsman to at least play a shot at it.
Just over. And James and Gomez would have a good understanding of each other as well. Both would have played for St. Benedict's College, so it's not the first time Gomez is keeping up to him. And Cooper looking for that single, 1 away from 50. He's been on 49 for quite some time now, and that usually doesn't fare well for a lot of players. The West Indies are in action in a practice game against a Pakistani 11. And Adakatan has got out for 99 this morning.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking, I would imagine, for him. You know, you've done all the hard work. You got the 99 and you can't get the single. In fact, he probably checking his scoreboard to ask if they could see the single. That single, you'll give us a leg by. Check it back and see. This is good bowling from Stewart, from James, who's just putting it on a nice line there, keeping it within range and not allowing the batsmen too many opportunities to free their arms. The over comes to an end. It's 103 for 2 at the end of it, with Mohammed on 40 and Cooper on 49.
Looking at the scores from that game, Craig Bradley, the skipper, he got a 34. Louis got 34 as well. Carty 22, Hodge 17, Athanaz 99. Graves was run out for 5, Imlak got 13, and currently at the close of play, Amir Jangu was not out 29 or 42, and Joshua De Silva was not out on 11. The rest of these are 273 for 7 at the end of the first day's play.
Yeah, 273 is not a bad total. They probably lost maybe
Two wickets,
two or three wickets more than they would have liked, but 277 is not a bad haul for one day, especially the opening day of a match. New surroundings, new environment.
It would be a lot of these players. In fact, most of these players first time playing in Pakistan. Not much experience in that test setup. Couple of new guys into the team as well who've just played 1 or 2 tests. That's Justin Graves and Amir Jangu hoping for a test debut. He's not out on 29 or 42, and he's looking at another good score there. Oh, well. Not going to hand for Rambaran there.
It's pretty close. He must be kicking himself because he knows that Mohammed is such a good cutter of the ball. Anytime you just stray in that length and you just shorten length, he's quickly onto that back foot and is able to punch it through the offside. Gets a comfortable single. Good thing is that even if he bowls it like that, it's not going to the boundary. You know, he's not leaking runs. A single or 2 every over is not bad bowling by any stretch of the imagination. And that one coming back in with the arm, but look at how easy suffers Cooper is in behind it. He remains not out on 49-41 to Mohammed. It's 104 for 2.
We'd like to thank Ruskin Mark for his fiery long spell this morning. And with that, we'd like to welcome Dylan Sharma to the commentary booth. I'm sure he was at home watching some cricket somewhere, and now he's here. I'm sure he found some game between Nepal under 15 versus Uganda under 15 or something like that. Yeah, if there's cricket he knows about it. Good afternoon, Dylan.
Well, the SAT 20 was on. SA 20. Good afternoon, Liam and everyone.
It's Joshua James. He's back into the attack. Down the leg side. No real appeal there, so it looked like it beat everyone. Or everything, in fact, on Jason Mohammed. But wayward from James there.
There's always one of those deliveries with quite a bit of risk and reward associated as a batsman. Cooper on 49. It's been a wonderful inning so far from him. 107 deliveries, opening up the innings. Does tend to get many starts as Cooper, but We'd love to see him convert that to a bigger innings here. Well left. Watchful at this juncture here. It's been quite a hefty partnership so far after those 2 early wickets.
Yeah, these two have, and Ruskin spoke about Jason Mohammed being that sense of calm in any team that he's a part of. You know, when he's out there, you know you can have somebody there to bat for a while and just rebuild. And now he's turned under pressure. And 50 for Cephas Cooper, good 50. Well deserved half century, batted beautifully throughout the day. When wickets started to fall, he slowed down a bit and just consolidated with Jason Mohammed. And he gets a very well played half century.
That's exactly what you want to see from your opening batsman. Getting you off to that start and adjusting his innings based on the game situation. No doubt would have been assisted a lot by Jason Mohammed. Very good innings, and I'd love to convert that to something more, Cephas Cooper.
109 deliveries for that half century. 8 fours on a 6. A mighty 6 over mid wicket of Govaya. And there's a bit of a drizzle around at the moment. I don't think it's going to be anything to stop any play. The ground staff are actually getting ready, which means there could be some rain coming. And they know their conditions better than anyone else.
It has been a bit of an off and on day as far as the cloud cover. One point earlier, saw a shower coming just a few minutes down the road, and then bright sunshine soon after.
Quick single, Webster fires it in. A direct hit might have been interesting. Great work from Tion Webster, and Dejon Charles runs him to appreciate him. Let's have a look at this again. Well, Cooper. Yeah, he would have been out. He was a long way out, in fact. And Antonio Gomez was almost caught in the crossfire as well. He almost ran into Cooper. So yeah, he lives to fight another day. But that was a risky single. Good work from Webster.
That's what you want from your fielders in this sort of position. Anything to try to get you that quick wicket, and always keeping the pressure on the batsman. Currently in the second session, which usually in the night matches around the world you tend to see the best batting conditions on display.
This pitch just seems to get easier and easier to bat on. There's no real... When we looked at it on day one, we would have... I would have seen it at the toss, and I thought that maybe it was really dry. There was nothing, like no type of moisture in it. I thought that it would have been probably by now, or around the last session today, it would have been deteriorating badly, but it's held up well. And it's given both teams a fair opportunity to get a good score. Salt with a lot of batting to come still. They'll be happy with the start that they've gotten off to.
I think as well in the wee hours of the morning you tend to see getting a bit cooler this time of year as well. A bit more dew around.
Ooh. That's a brave leave from Jason Mohammed, because Caripe is not a big turner of the ball, and he does have that arm ball. So Jason Mohammed is probably reading him off his action, off his fingers, and knowing that that one would have just held the line and or not really come back into him. Cuts away nicely again, but that is Vikash Mohan out there. Get a single.
Well, Jason Mohammed would definitely know Carrie Pierre very well from all the years of domestic cricket, would know what he's doing with his action, how to read it out of the hand.
And they obviously play a lot of regional cricket together as well. Mohammed would be fielding in slip and cover and would be seeing a lot of what Carey does, and also in training, national team training. Play has been so difficult to maneuver today. 11.5 overs, 17 runs. No wicket just yet, and 5 maiden overs. They've not found it easy to score off of him. And he's been very disciplined in his lines and his length. So at the end of the over, it's 108 for 2. And with that, we're going to take a quick break as the players have some refreshments. We'll be right back with Jared Basso and Dylan Sharp.
$108 for 2. South batting in their first innings, 38 overs in. And this, the Namalco North-South Classic, a staple in local cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. Sivas Cooper on 50 not out, and Jason Mohammed on 44 from 81 deliveries. And joined here by Dylan Sharma. Good afternoon, Dylan.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
I feel like I haven't seen you for a long time.
Has been quite a while. Always great to start up the year with some North-South classic cricket here.
There's the young man from Wim, Joshua James, who continues after the drinks break. 46 added in that hour since the tea interval. And Vicky Joseph and Kamil Puran, the two batters dismissed so far for South. And of course, this North-South Classic this year being played as a pink ball game, as we call it, day and night, in preparation for the regional 4-day tournament, the West Indies Championship, which this year the press release just went out from CWI earlier today, and if you haven't gotten a chance to look at it, you would notice that we've returned to a 4-day championship going across all the territories, as opposed to post-COVID where we were just in one territory. Coolidge and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, Sabina Park in Jamaica, and of course Warner Park in St. Kitts, where we spent a lot of time last year for the 4-day championship.
Well, we always like the diversification of the venues in the 4-day championship. It's always something to experience different conditions as a player, even as someone who covers the game.
Lots of fun was had in St. Kitts. Joshua James here probably is going to be part of the national team when it's selected over the coming weeks. Of course, the regional championship starts on January 29th with the first round of matches. And Riyad Emirates, the assistant coach, was telling me our first game is supposed to be a day-night encounter. That's the first game for Trinidad and Tobago.
Always like the advent of day-night cricket. Hasn't been done enough, I think, especially in the West Indies. I think we would have just played one day-night fixture against Sri Lanka back in 2018.
I think I mentioned to Ruskin earlier in the day that even the women's Ashes that starts on the weekend here, they're going to be doing their test match as the last part of that bilateral series. Usually they do the test match in the middle. And it's actually going to be a pink ball test match, day-night in Melbourne.
Well, trying to play that shot again. He would have attempted one in the previous Super Bowl by Joshua James. 39 overs gone, 108 for 2. I know you'll definitely be glued to that Ashes series.
Most definitely. And anyone who knows me, one of my favorite players in the female version of the game is Alana King. I think she's quite the bowler. So 108 here, Joshua James starting with a maiden after the drinks break. And Joshua James, I was mentioning, he definitely wants to do well here. He has the first class experience, and his bowling in particular may come into focus given the fact that Trinidad and Tobago are going to go into the first round of matches without their two most senior bowlers in Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, who are presently in Pakistan. And Riyad Emirates was mentioning to me earlier in the afternoon that they're expected back by the second round. So when you have 4 players of that caliber, Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip, regular captain Joshua De Silva and Amir Django not here, it gives that opportunity for some of the younger ones to put their hand up.
Certainly does, and it's also a testament to how well those 4 players would have gone last season.
Looking to sweep again, and is it going to beat the fielder? It's trickling away, and in fact it gets to the boundary. So Cephas Cooper is continuing along his merry way.
Very nicely done there from Cooper, picking an area there that would have been difficult for any fielder to cut it off. Using some finesse, not looking to exhibit too much power into that.
Opener, if you will, himself and Vikash Mohan. Of course, you have the likes of Isaiah Raja, Kamil Puran, also trying to impress not just the coaching staff, but the selectors of the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Slight adjustment in the field here from Carey Peer. Moves the man from backward point, puts him into a square leg position, just behind the square.
He's coming over the wicket now.
Almost like a short fine leg, in fact. An appeal, but probably just clipping the top of the flap of the pad on its way through.
He was trying to pad a dismissal there, but
This one on the leg side and sweeping again. This time it will beat the man behind a square on that leg side. Will also beat the man at 45 on another boundary here for Cephas Cooper.
well, not a single fielder move for that boundary. How powerfully it was timed from Cephas Cooper. He all just stood and admired it.
And at the start of his innings, I was downstairs in the dugout with Riyad Emirates, Lendell Simmons, who's the mentor for the North, and David Williams. And I looked up at the scorecard and I saw Cephas on 32 at the time. I said, but wait, Riyad, he's on 32 already. And just quietly goes about his business. That's the type of player Cooper tends to be all the time.
Yeah, he isn't gonna let any scoring opportunities evade him.
And South, since the tea interval, South has shown a little bit more intent. 40 overs into their innings now, 116 for 2. On first innings, 346. North would have amassed, losing those final 2 wickets earlier in the afternoon. Just about 4 overs it took South to clean up the tail, if you will. So a nice stable foundation here at the top of the order for the South team. And no chance at this point of falling behind the follow-on, which would be 145 runs. You don't think they're going to lose 8 wickets before that.
Would be an opportunity to bowl in the twilight period, but certainly wouldn't put themselves in that situation. Remember a few years ago, Faf du Plessis would have declared while in a deficit just to get a chance to bowl in that time.
Yeah, that twilight and into the night is when the pink ball just seems to do a little bit more. It's almost the reverse of when you have a regular day test match, where early up in the morning, especially if it's overcast or there's any overnight moisture or anything, you get movement of the ball, whether off the seam or in the air. And you just mentioned that this session here is usually the best session for batting. I always mention to James whenever I see him around, and I think we spoke about that last year as well, seeing him perform for the academy. We were at Warner Park when they beat the Leewards, and himself and Mbiki Joseph played brilliant innings. I think they were going after somewhere around 170 on the final evening, and when he came in, he blitzed a 50. I think Kadeem Allen at the time as well was opening for the academy, if memory serves, and he stitched together a half century at the top of the order. But it was Mbiki Joseph and Joshua James later on that afternoon that saw the academy home to victory over Leewards. And it's one of the things I tell him all the time, the academy stint has done him well. He's really grown into a proper all-rounder, a good cricketer. You know, that he now has that foundation, those learnings, that he can take it to the next level. We saw a bit of that in the CPL last year as well. Didn't bowl much, but the opportunities he got with the bat, he made his name known.
I think we've seen him in the CPL for a few years now, but hasn't gotten as much time as might hope he would get in those opportunities. Refreshing to see him play the longer format as well, and it's always exciting when you have that all-rounder who can come in.
Yeah, and as I just mentioned, you know, the fact that the 2 most senior bowlers are not here, and Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip. Anderson taking 20-plus wickets last year. Is great opportunity here for Joshua James in particular, and the other seamers who are featuring in this North-South Classic, to put their hand up. 117 for 2 after 41 overs. Of course, talking about seam bowlers, one Adrian Ratcher and young Manik. 7 wickets between them, 5 for Manik earlier in the day.
Very exciting to see those two in action in that first innings. Manik certainly put in a performance that would have left an impression on the selectors' minds.
Caripia it is to continue. And they're just ticking over is Jason Mohammed, eyeing up yet another half century is Jason Mohammed. Hopefully I haven't put the mockers on him. But he came back out after the tea interval, Jason Mohammed, and you can see the intent that he showed in batting. He's been circumspect, and I think we saw a bit of that during the 4-day championship last year, where he's shown that propensity in the batting innings that he's managed to get 40s, 50s, 60s, where he can go through the gears, Jason Mohammed. And today he's shown a bit of that, came into bat in that first session. He was a bit circumspect, put away the bad balls, and even after the break, much of the same. And it is expected that he's going to be a mainstay.
Even demonstrations you could have with the bat. Even demonstrations you could have with the bat, just to show youngsters where they might be falling short early on.
Most definitely 118 for 2 at the end of the Caripia over in the blink of an eye. It's one of the things about Pierre, he's going to get through his over really quickly. And the first round of the CWI Championship, the 4-day championship, will be from the 29th of January to the 1st of February. And the first round of matches as Fulton Williams gets the ball from the southern end and replaces Joshua James. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will be playing the Barbados Pride in Providence. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be playing CCC right here at the Brian Lara Academy, and it's going to be a day-night encounter. The Academy is going to be playing Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Coolidge, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be playing the Jamaica Scorpions at Arnesville in St. Vincent. So that's going to be a first round of matches from the 29th of January to the 1st of February.
Fulton Williams getting ready to re-enter the attack from the southern end.
Of course, the day matches will be played from 10 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, and the day-night encounters cut away. It's in the gap, but the man at third does the cleaning up. Tion Webster out there. There'll just be one more added to the total. The day-night encounters will be from 1 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time. So really exciting times for West Indies cricket, and the longer format at that. And of course, the defending champions are the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They themselves will be without their captain, Tevin Imlak, who is presently in Pakistan in the test team setup. Cut all the time, just hang it outside the off stump on any sort of length that allows him to just sit back on that back foot.
Cephas cutting Cooper, CCC.
It's his downfall at times where there are deliveries like that. Previous delivery is not necessarily there to cut. It's a little bit too close to him, and so easily could have cut it back onto his stumps. And that's one of the things you want to see from him. Be a little bit more circumspect in selecting. That one is there to cut because it's wide. He didn't get full hold of it. Mikel Govaya will clean up in the backward point region. But you want to see him a little bit more circumspect. It's okay if you love to play a particular shot, but be circumspect and be aware. If the ball's not necessarily there to hit, don't play the shot because you like it or because you feel comfortable with it.
Didn't see enough of that circumspect nature last year when he would have made it up to the first class team.
Looking to go full is Filton Williams.
So they went with Cooper and Mohan last year, but both of them, after getting starts, didn't really carry on as much. Of course, Mohan last year would have gotten a century in this fixture.
Yeah.
Cooper might be the one to go on.
I think the only thing that kind of held back Mohan in the regionals was that hand injury he picked up in the first round, I think it was, or the second round. Nicely driven and past the outstretched hand of Mikel Govaya in the cover. And just as we're talking about cutting, he delivers Cephas Cooper a glorious looking cover drive.
Well, he held that pose, making sure that everyone knew where that went off to.
125 for 2 at the end of the over. And as Vinod Mamchan was saying, he held the pose for the cameras and then realized there were none. He's looking more and more comfortable is Cephas Cooper, as is Jason Mohammed, the longer that they stay at the crease. And then North have a bit of thinking to do in terms of how they're going to pry some wickets here. Of course, they do have 340 odd on the board, 348 on the board, 346, I beg your pardon. And they do have some runs to play with, but you don't want to be giving the opposition just easy runs. But this is the best of the best in Trinidad and Tobago, and of course there is bragging rights on offer to say that North we're better than South, or vice versa. South we're better than North. Carrie Pierre, the captain, will continue from the commentary box end. A plethora of maiden overs since the tea interval for Carrie Pierre. He's now bowled 14 overs, just 26 runs from his bowling. Slip on a forward short leg.
Stock standard for Carrie Pierre as far as how he usually operates. It's back around the wicket.
And this time to Mohammed. As the sun, as you can see, there are no shadows again, so the sun has all but left us, and the floodlights are starting to take effect. Quick single here. Tion Webster just sitting back on his heels a bit at mid-on, allowing Jason Mohammed to add one more to his total, and now just a couple of runs away from another half century.
To be fair, they are still the players' shadows.
The shadows from the floodlights, not the sun. I should be more specific. There is Vikash Mohan. Sweeping again is Cephas Cooper. There's a man positioned at a long leg though, and there'll just be one.
He seems to really enjoy playing that shot as well.
I think if there's any blemish on a Carrie Pierre, we know that Carrie is usually a wicket-to-wicket bowler, and from time to time he's just drifted a bit down the leg side, so he's allowed both Mohammed and Cooper to play that sweep shot with ease. Again, the fielder at mid-off, just a bit on his heels is Dexter Sween, and allowing them to pinch a single. So keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Didn't seem to be a single in it, hitting it straight. It's at this period in the game where as Ruskin mentioned earlier, you as fielders, you still want to be switched on. You don't want to be giving away easy runs, because what in fact you end up doing is you allow the batters to get even more well set than they already are. 128 for 2 after 44.
That's exactly what we would have seen a few overs ago when there was a chance of a run out that was just taken by a quick single, putting that pressure on, and just want to keep that going throughout the entire session and reevaluate at the dinner break.
And you mentioned it, that just those little pieces of brilliance in the field can just lift the entire team. Gives the bowler just that much more energy to run in and bowl, because you know you're being backed up by your fielders. So Jason Mohammed is on 49. And yes, it is Filton Williams who continues from that southern end. Cutting is Mohammed, and it's gone through that extra cover region, and that's going to be 50 for Jason Mohammed. And it is also the 100 partnership between the two.
A very good innings and a very good partnership between these two. Jason Mohammed just getting over that mark. Hot shot, we talked about it so much past few minutes, and see an example of it yet again. 95 deliveries that would have taken him to get to that 50, so getting there in quite quick time.
Cutting again, but there is Webster out on the boundary, just at wide third. And the 100-run partnership coming up in 206 deliveries. So it tells you that they've been spending time at the crease, and sometimes players get sucked into all the white ball cricket that they do play. I heard you mention the SA20 is starting. Of course, ILT20 is going to be starting in a couple of days as well. But this is what the red ball and pink ball formats it does, and it invites players to really just stick it out. You have a lot more time to develop your innings, and as bowlers set batters up and really hone in on your skills.
This is exactly the type of batting that you would want to be seeing from your team, especially as you get sucked into all those T20 tournaments. Sometimes you sort of lose sight of what is required of you in this situation. You might want to play a fancy shot or play innings in a high strike rate, but this is really the meat and bone of what you want to display at this level. So much time that you have available to you.
And the understanding that not all conditions will allow you to play that that T20 type brand. Of course, Sam Constas comes to mind, and the way he played in those final couple test matches against India the other day. Not all the time you're going to get the conditions that suit that type of play. Of course, he's young in his career, so going down in his career, we're going to have to see whether or not he can adjust to different circumstances and different environments, different conditions. Just one. There's a man at fine leg. They're going to push for the second, and they're going to come back quite comfortably. Well weighted that shot. Sween had a long way to run in, allowing the second. And at the end of the over, is it? Yes, the end of the over. 132 for 2.
These two have run between the wickets so beautifully as well.
I think familiarity has allowed for that. Leo mentioned it, that they play their club cricket together, so they've batted on numerous occasions together. So familiarity has led to them being able to string together this partnership. Partnership now on 103. Carrie Pierre is going to continue from the northern end, the commentary box end, or the media center end.
This is always the end you're going to bowl from as a left-arm spinner. He's going to be plugged in there for majority of this innings.
Yeah, usually you bowl from this end as a left-arm spinner. You get the assistance of the wind from the east that helps you with your drift into the batter, and then you're hoping that it's going to turn and take it away. But yesterday into today, we haven't seen much of that easterly wind that usually blesses us here at the Brian Lara Academy. It's been quite still. That cloud you talked about just before the drinks break, it's still there. It hasn't gone anywhere. Thankfully, it hasn't opened up and allowed any moisture, any rain into the proceedings. Nicely onto the front foot.
I will say generally the Brian Lara Cricket Academy does escape quite a bit of rain. Many times I sit at home and there's a match going on here, and rain might be passing just by where I'm at, just about 5-10 minutes up the road, and there's no rain here at all. It seems as if they pinpointed the precise location to build this stadium.
I think the Queen's Park Oval is a bit of the same. When we worked for the Super 50, there was a day in particular I recall that I was working the camera at the pavilion end, and I could see all the rain in the hills, and I could see all the rain coming from the east, and I saw all the rain in St. James, and there was no rain at the Oval. It just seemed to pass all the way around the Oval, everywhere but the Queen's Park Oval. Of course, we were glad for that. We got an entire game.
Nicely guided there from Jason Mohammed. Just gonna hold up at the boundary.
Yeah, we're always thankful when it doesn't rain. End of the over, 135 for 2.
Of course, you would be well acquainted with north weather.
So ticking along nicely here. Following I know you look at a lot of cricket. Following on the North-South Classic from yesterday to today, who's impressed you so far? Still have 2 days and a session and a bit to go. But who's impressed you so far?
I think the fifer from Manik has to have stood out quite a bit, especially just when you look at the scoreboard. It does stand out more than anything. I think as well what we saw from Racha, saw quite a bit of growth within that year as well. I haven't seen him with the red ball, or in this case pink ball, too much, so seeing him make that step up was quite encouraging.
Vikash Mohan is going to get the ball from the southern end, and he's quite useful with the ball, is Vikash Mohan. He did bowl a few overs in the regional tournament last year. Of course, he had that hand injury that thankfully wasn't too serious to keep him out of the game too much. But he's no stranger to bowling, is Vikash Mohan. He has picked up quite a few wickets at the club level here in Trinidad and Tobago, and he does have a couple of wickets at a regional level as well. And it's his good mate, Cephas Cooper, facing up. Of course, Brian Charles and Carrie Pierre in the team as well. Driven nicely, but straight to the fielder. And having Brian Charles and Carrie Pierre in the team, of course, Brian Charles not featuring here, but is expected to join the team in time for that first encounter. When you have those caliber of players like a Brian Charles and Carrie Pierre, it kind of dictates that you don't need to call on someone like Vikash Mohan or Jed Guli, who might be part-time bowlers. And so far as their part-time bowlers are considered that way, they tend to pick up wickets. Almost like Jason Mohammed, who's batting here. Every time he's given the ball, seems to pick up wickets.
Just generally as well, having those limited sort of conditions, last year might not have seen too much rotation. Sometimes you might end up on a pitch where you might just see like one of those spinners and need some more from the part-timers.
Rightly so, because the Red Force, as would have all the other teams, played most of their games. 135, another maiden over here. 135 for 2 after 47. Most of the games being played either in Trinidad and Tobago or St. Kitts. And it didn't offer much in terms of difference, as you said, in conditions. Of course, they used 3 grounds in St. Kitts, Connery, Warner Park, and St. Paul's.
Well, St. Paul's would have been for the women's.
Right. So it was Warner
Shortly
Park and
after.
Connery. And there was not much difference, as you said, in the conditions between Connery and Warner Park.
Of course, that was also around the time Jaden Seals was returning into the team, so didn't have too much time for the spinners to attack after those early wickets from both him and Anderson Phillip.
Of course, Jaden only played the first couple of rounds because he had to take up his stint in England, and that proved to be quite important. And knowing that the West Indies Test team was going to face England in the summer, and we saw what happened with him.
Tony Stints always quite a way to gain experience in the longer format and even pick up lessons for the shorter formats as well.
Yeah, Jaden came off of injury when we arrived in St. Kitts. Actually, that first day, if you remember, when we went to set up, we saw them in the nets, and we saw him going through his paces, and we could see that he had gotten stronger and he was ready to go again. That first innings in the first game, he took 3 for 27 from 9 overs on the first day.
Change of ends from Fulton Williams, cut away nicely from Mohammed, just 1.
Yeah, he picked up 3 wickets in that first encounter before it was abandoned after the rain. That encounter where Jason Mohammed as well got a century. That was Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana at Connery.
That's the middle one. Yeah.
So you can't discount the international experience or the experience in other conditions. Fulton Williams has been steady here. 31 runs from his 8.2 overs now. He's just mixed up his line and his lengths more so. And, I think the conditions here at the Brian Lara Academy, though, you want to, and especially with the pink ball, you want to err more on the fuller side. And just like that, you pitch it shorter, and it just allows the batter enough time to sit on the back foot and put it wherever they want. In this instance, just a 1 run. There is the sweeper at the backward point boundary.
Hasn't really looked quite at his best in the second spell so far. Fulton Williams was looking to change ends and see if that might have brought a change of fortunes, but not quite as yet.
Again, he's back of a length. This one cut away, and it's going to beat the man. The man is positioned at backward point on the boundary, and it's placed. I always joke with Riyadh that I said, Riyadh, I'm going to be in a rocking chair in my old age, and I'm going to be watching you play cricket at the highest level. And there you go. He's looking to pitch up now, but this time down the leg side, and it's too easy. And Joshua James, is it? Yes, it's Joshua James out there in the long leg area. Can't get there. So another boundary.
Get a sense that he's just trying too hard to get a wicket here, Fulton Williams. Just trying too much and doesn't seem to be bowling to a specific plan.
And Joshua James is going to be disappointed. He himself sets really high standards in terms of how he goes about his business, and he did the hard work in getting from fine leg to the ball. Just couldn't get down enough. Again, he's gone short again, and this one cut away, but finds the fielder. at backward point.
So over.
So the end of another over, 146 at the end of the over, 146 for 2. So they're now exactly 200 runs behind on first innings. And no fear, you don't have to follow on. And Vikash Mohan will continue from that southern end.
One of the positives for D-night cricket as well is even for the viewer being able to have some action after getting home from work, as opposed to traditional test match cricket being majorly played during working hours.
The 5 test matches flighted in the arc, and it's hit over the infield and over everyone down to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's looking to cut loose now. Gosh, Mohan one, showing a bit less respect towards him.
And just like that, Ruskin whispers to us from the back of the commentary booth that he's now level on runs with Cephas Cooper. 68 apiece to the two of them. Mohammed's 68 from 106 deliveries. Cooper's 68 from 148. But nice use of the feet from Jason Mohammed. And I guess that's what Mohan kind of invited by flighting the ball.
He certainly has gone a bit fuller than what we've seen from Kari Pierre.
And I think Vikash Mohan, I think, is actually trying to invite them to play those type of shots, because he's this over in particular. There you go again. He's flighted this one, but this one just a little bit too wide and allows him just to square drive and pick up another boundary. And after facing 107 deliveries, that's too easy for Jason Mohammed.
There's absolutely no one in the deep on the offside there.
Yeah, enough room outside that off stump just to throw the hands at it, if you will. Nice stable base from Jason Mohammed. Ruskin said he's level. See, first he's now gone past him.
There's seems to be a race going on out there now.
I'll tell you something. Ruskin said something when we came in earlier in the afternoon. And I'll get back to it after the delivery. And I don't want to put the mockers on him. There's this thing called the commentator's curse. I don't know if I believe in it. But Ruskin said that somebody has to get 100. Andrew Rambaran got close yesterday and just seemed to get out of gas. But he said that it may very well be Jason Mohammed to get 100 in the game. End of the over, 154 for 2. The 150 coming up in that over, thanks to a couple of boundaries from Jason Mohammed. 49 overs now in. And he's 28 away from another century to his name. Cephas Cooper 32 away from a century. And still a session to bat. Just about 10 to 15 minutes before that dinner interval. Tion Webster will get the ball from the media center end. Tion.
Those intervals as well is something interesting. Yesterday we would have seen the longer break interval first, then the tea interval would have been second. And generally in world cricket as well, I do see them vary it at times, so I don't think it's set in stone.
Tion Webster here with ball in hand. He bowled his first spell of 4 overs from this end and accounted for the wicket of Mbiki Joseph. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Tion Webster. And there you go, looking to go a little bit fuller rather than shorter. And that single brings the old guy back on to strike. And he just looks so comfortable, does Jason Mohammed. It doesn't look like he's going to play a false shot or do anything rash. He looks well, fully aware mentally as well of the situation of the game. If the ball's not there, he plays his defensive shots, whether front foot or back foot. Once you err, he puts it away. Like that. Webster looking to go full, but on the legs, it's clipped away, running away, and into the boundary for 4.
That was just the perfect amount of time in there. Just came across a bit and footwork as well to
It was just to retrieve the ball from in front of the empty party stand.
marathon effort there from Vikash Mohan.
We're talking about day-night encounters, and I'm going to put you on the spot. You look at a lot of cricket, I know that for sure. Do you remember which was the first day-night international test match?
Want to see the first one would have been in Australia. Not quite sure.
Do I need to give you a little chance to confer with Google and see if you, you can get the stats?
Stats on that one match.
I'll tell you. It was Australia, and they played New Zealand, and Australia ended up winning the game by 3 wickets.
Australia tends to be that trailblazing nation.
Short from Webster and cut backward of point, but Mohan is in the way. Sorry, it's Isaiah Raja in the way.
Want to see that was around 2014 or 15.
You're absolutely correct. Yeah, I think I was mentioning, I think to Liam or Ruskin earlier, that it's almost like a staple now in some of the international bilateral series where you get a pink ball test match. Again on the legs, appeal from Webster, but I think there was a bit of bat on it.
I think regardless of bat, it would have been going down.
Definitely missing the leg stump, even if he didn't get bat on it. But again, you can see here Webster erring on the fuller side. He hasn't got his line just right just yet. He's just kind of strayed a bit too much down the leg side. And as we go into the twilight of the evening, the light's taking full effect now. One of the things, as the session comes to a close in a few minutes, one of the things you're going to have to look at, the 160 for 2 at the end of 50 overs in their first innings south. One of the things you're going to have to look at, I know it was a bit of a concern yesterday, is the dew factor. They had to change the ball. I think Ruskin told me they changed it twice yesterday. I remember they changed it at that 80 over mark as well. They were trying to decide, they were trying to figure out, is this a new ball or are they just changing the ball? And the umpires this morning told me it was because there was a bit of dew around. So that's something that North are going to have to contend with going into the final session on day 2.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier that around this time of year it does get a bit colder. Well, you're one who would definitely be feeling that.
I felt it last night. Looking at, I sat down and I was back at home. And I had to check my phone. It said 25 degrees, and it felt colder than that.
Around the wicket now, Mohan.
Yeah, changing his approach, changing the angle.
Just 3 fielders on the offside.
Use of the feet here, but can't get past the silly mid-on. And even with the interval beckoning, you can still see that intent from Jason Mohammed. He wants to get on with it.
Intent in that defense as well.
That's one of the things that I asked the assistant coach Riyad Emirates about it earlier in the day. I said, what are you looking for There's the intent in defense again. I said, what are you looking for? What type of brand do you want to see the guys go into this a season with? And he spoke a bit about that fearless, a fearless brand, but a brand definitely of asserting yourself as batters, not being reckless, but having intent, and not allowing bowlers to get on top of you, not allowing it to be a situation where so many of our batters over the years have gotten into that situation where the bowler is bowling at you rather than you asserting yourself on the game.
From some of those Fab 4 players, generally might look away for about 10 minutes and you see their scores grown about 10 in that time without really flourishing with those big boundaries.
Yeah, end of the over, 161 for 2. That's one of the things with the Fab 4. They assess conditions quickly, and then they're able to go through the gears, and they always have intent. You can always see that their intent is to keep the game progressing. I think for a number of years, even at the senior level, that's been one of the challenges for West Indian batters, being able to progress the game. And even in the modern era, probably thanks to England, where the modern era of test match cricket, you find more and more teams are scoring at more than 4 runs to the over. Even Pakistan in their last test match against South Africa, in their second innings following on, for the better part of that second innings, they were scoring at 4 1/4 to the over. And it's because they had to follow on and they came back out with a different intent, a different mindset.
It was an interesting day of test match cricket. That day, Babar Azam would have gotten 2 test match 50s in one day.
And I think by the end of his career, he's going to be mentioned alongside the likes of Steve Smith and Kane Williamson and Joe Root.
Have to see, it did look like he was finding some more form in that second test match. Just struggling a bit early, well, throughout last year, and that's lovely from Jason Mohammed. Just gonna be 1.
Yeah, he seemed to be out of form, did Babar Azam, for quite a while. And South Africa series definitely did him well. And so far as he's gotten some scores now.
Does seem to enjoy batting in South Africa.
There's a conversation here between skipper Carey and his bowler Tion Webster. And he's going to make an adjustment in the field. Yeah, he's going to take out the first slip and place him at point.
Well, it's, by my watch, just 2 minutes to go towards the interval. Wonder if this might just be trying to extend the over.
Possibly. Probably they're a bit hungry, driven nicely, but straight to go via the extra cover. And again, there you see the intent from Cephas Cooper. And I think even going back to that point about intent and the brand of cricket, I think you remember last year, and for a number of years, the regional tournaments, not just the red ball, but the white ball tournament as well, they've been this implementation of the bonus point system, all aimed at CWI, channeling the players, channeling them into what brand of cricket we want to adopt as a West Indies team moving forward. Of course, later in the year, when Australia comes to the Caribbean, Darren Sammy is going to be taking over the red ball team. It's going to be interesting to see what type of philosophy he goes into Test match cricket with.
As many look at him as more of a limited overs player, but would have been the Test match captain for quite a few years.
Yeah, I think we forget that some of our legends of the game, if you will, in the T20 format, for example, have played Test match cricket for a while.
Just left Cooper a bit.
Yeah, the man who they say is the greatest T20 batter, Christopher Henry Gill, two triple centuries, I beg your pardon, at Test match level. So it definitely is the format that I guess all cricketers want to play, and they want to do well in that format. So we know Darren Sammy is a double World Cup winner, but we forget he did play Test match cricket. I think the only exception to some of those names that we talk about, Darren Sammy, Chris Gale, Dwayne Bravo, I think only Kieran Pollard never played Test match cricket. But he did play red ball cricket for Trinidad and Tobago and had a number of scores under his belt, first class half centuries. And 162 for 2 South. Of course, they're replying to 346 all out from North. Cephas Cooper on 68 and 75 to Jason Mohammed. And we're going to take the dinner interval now, 40 minutes. And when we get back, no loss of wickets for the South team. So that's going in their favor going into that final session. Will batting get easier, or will North find a way to claw themselves back with some wickets in the third and final session on day 2? It is the Namalco North-South Classic here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. We take the break now. We rejoin you in about 40 minutes' time.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for play after dinner, literally, of the Namalco North-South Classic, which is interestingly poised at the moment, with North resuming this morning on 320 for 8, lost their 2 wickets, but they were able to add another 26 runs, getting to 346 all out. And in reply, South, despite losing 2 early wickets, Kamil Puran for 9 and Mbeki Joseph for 2 at 14 for 1 and 29 for 2, now find themselves nicely poised at 162 for the same 2 wickets, with 79 to Jason Mohammed and Cephas Cooper on 69. And Basso is still here with us, and no doubt this represents a big recovery by this pair, and more importantly, they've put themselves in a position where they could very well challenge the 346 as posted by the Northern team in this North-South Classic.
Hello Ruskin, hello everyone. Welcome back. It's officially night time.
Yep.
So we're into the night part of the day-night fixture. And of course that second session I think definitely did belong to South. They scored at just about 3 runs to the over, a little bit over 3 runs to the over. There were little dips in their run rate, thanks I guess in main part to captain of the North team, Carrie Pear, who bowled a plethora of maiden overs. At one point, just about 26 runs from 14 overs. He kept them in check, but for the most part, coming out of the tea interval, you would have seen, even from more so Jason Mohammed, a little bit more intent to score. 100 runs in a session is definitely good going. They're still just under 200 runs adrift, about 180 runs adrift of first innings. And funny we mentioned first innings, and I guess this is a level where they kind of have to get it into their minds and understand that that's also part of the game. Just reading through the press release from Cricket West Indies that first innings points is going to be part of the whole point structure going into the West Indies Championships, for drawn matches. And as we go through the session, we'll go through the press release and talk a bit about some of the things that are coming out of it. But of course, this is all part and parcel of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force preparation for that CWI championship and the selection of the team that's going to represent us in that championship.
Well, it is kind of like the final opportunity for many of these players to address the selectors, although there may be, because of the length of time before the first round of matches, they might be able to squeeze in a game or two. We never know what they're going to conjure up. But we'll wait to see what exactly it is they decide. Vikash Mohan is going to continue from around the wicket. And Jason Mohammed, who has batted superbly for his 79, has actually overtaken Cephas Cooper. Cooper was leading the charts for most of the day, but all of a sudden Jason Mohammed found another gear, and there you see him with a little shimmy as if he was threatening to jump down the wicket.
A bit of that intent from the previous session still on the mind of Jason Mohammed. And now that we've gone into the night time, yesterday there was that concern of dew playing its part, and that's something that North are going to have to contend with. During the interval, the rope was being used around the field.
And I'm not sure it was used last night. In fact, I don't remember seeing it being used last night. Liam, did you see them use the rope last night? Well,
They didn't. And actually, when we arrived, I heard when David Furlong actually asked the umpires, he asked umpire Simon Arun, who's the fourth official, if they're going to use the rope this evening, they need to.
There he is using his feet, and when he gets to the pitch of the ball, he just kind of smothers it without any real aggressive intent. The end of the over, it remains 162 for 2 at the end of it. So again, Jason Mohammed remains on 79, 69 to Cooper. This partnership now is 133. It's rivaling the partnership for the 6th wicket in the North innings of 143 between Rambaran and James. That bolstered their total significantly, and we've seen a similar thing as it's like both innings kind of mirroring each other.
Yeah, I think it renders well. I think you mentioned it as well, that you pick players who have form going into a championship like the CWI championship, and it renders well to see, especially Jason Mohammed, who's a staple on the team, and probably is going to be the backbone of that fatherly figure.
Well, that too. But the thing about it is that once he's able to command the respect of the players, especially the younger players, and that is what you want. You always need somebody who can, put a hand around a player who might be working out issues on the field and able to tell them what to do, what not to do, or how to overcome, this session. Sometimes it's all it takes is, don't worry about it. You'll get him the next time. It's, you keep plugging away, something to that effect.
Yeah, I think even from last year's edition of the CWI Championship, that I had a couple conversations with him, and I think that's a role that he actually relishes. Even seeing him around club cricket or the franchise circuit throughout the year since then, he relishes the fact that he is experienced, he has the knowledge, and he can take up that role of guiding along the younger ones. Of course, he's just about twice the age of someone like an Adrian Ratcher. So,
but the thing about it, he knows that he's closer to the end than he is to the start of his career. And so this is about how much he can impact the game, both on the field and in the dressing room. Even during practice sessions, what information he could pass on to help some of the others.
He essentially becomes like a player coach, if you will.
In a way, he's a coach. This is a good shot, but you may only get a single. He wants a second round. They're going to have to hurry, and he does. Cephas Cooper is so quick between the wickets that you just see these little legs just churning going as he races back to complete 2 quite comfortably.
Yeah, you always wanted 2, did Cephas Cooper, and he got off really quickly, and he pushed Mohammed, who was just throttling probably just for 1. But again, Webster just a little bit too wide and a bit too short as well. You mentioned it that the conditions probably don't suit back of a length bowling and short pitched bowling, because it just allows them, the batters, just to sit back and play the shots.
Well, I was just about to make the point that I really want to see him pitch the ball up, go up to the bat a little bit more, and see if they will commit to the front foot more, because right now they could just sit on the back foot and wait. But if you bring them on the front foot, 2 things will happen. 1, they're going to have to try to get into line, and 2, they're going to have to try to make a shot from there. And so that, as opposed to just kind of sitting on the back foot and just, either leaving the ball alone or playing a cut shot. Where if you get them on the front foot, more than likely they're going to try to either attack it or play defensively. That's a good delivery.
I guess the flip side of that would be how do you set up the batters? 164 now for 2 at the end of the over. How do you set up the batters? Is it a plan that you're going to bowl progressively fuller as the over goes through, or are you just going to be consistently on that short length and allow them the time? Because there's that consideration that you can 3-4 deliveries, just good length, back of a length, and then you pitch up 1 because you have them sitting back.
On this surface, though, you're probably better off pitching up more than going short. The short ball could very well be the surprise delivery. The one that maybe forces or a rash shot, maybe a pull or cut that is not there. But as soon as they see short of a length, they decide, yes, this is an opportunity to maybe cut and get themselves out. But if you pitch it up, or like I say, pitch it up, but you pitch it up on the stumps, if possible, then they have to respect the deliveries that are on the stumps. We saw that with Carey Pear. He started a little bit too wide, got punished, and then he came onto the stumps. And that's when he started churning out the maiden overs, because they were not prepared to take any risks at all once he started the deliveries on or about middle and off stump.
And Vikash Mohan continues this one, turned it to leg.
They might get a second run here if they hurry, and they will get it too.
Sweden had a long way to go from long leg. And even with Vikash Mohan and the spinners, he's been generous with his flight. But every time...
And, take advantage of the opportunity, because you're not under any real pressure now. You're just kind of playing each ball on merit and looking to pick up singles and twos, especially now we now resume after a break. And here he goes again, just takes a single, rotates the strike, and or maybe even keeps the strike for himself, Jason Mohammed. So he goes to 82 now. It's 167 for 2 at the end of the over. So it seems that the last time they got a wicket seemed like eons ago. It was 29 for 2. That's 138 runs ago. And they haven't lost another wicket. And this pair just been grinding the North bowlers. They haven't really gone after them in, with any sort of aggressive intent. If it's a bad ball, yes, they put those away, but in the main, they really played on merit and respected the good deliveries. Speaking of a short ball, he could have put that away, but he failed to, and you could see him admonishing himself almost immediately there, Mohammed.
Yeah, he could have put that anywhere he wanted. There is a fielder backward of point on the boundary, and but there is acres of space on that offside. He could have put it through cover. He could have put it even in front of point.
Get that past him on that mid-wicket there, and he in the business, man. It was so short. Boom. And he's gone. And now I'm looking at Tian Webster, because Tian Webster may have a big role to play for Trinidad and Tobago in this regional tournament, both with bat and ball. And again, once he starts wide, Jason Mohammed is he's a notorious cutter. And he's going to just stand there. He's already in position. And all he has to do is just wait and decides if he's going to hit it, say, behind point, or if he's going to hit it in front of square on the outside. Because he's quickly into position, but just from his batting stance. He's already covering that off stump. So he knows that's a delivery. It's a wide delivery for him to move. And you talk about batsmen modeling or patterning each other. Watch at Cephas Cooper as well. He too has developed the ability to cut very, very nicely. That's a well pitched up delivery, and somehow Sween thought he had it and then he didn't. And but that's where the pressure, because he was under no pressure. That ball was just ambling to him, and then he just kind of got it all wrong. But you cannot afford to do that at this level, especially for players who are fighting for selection on the national team. You cannot be misfielding, as Boycott would say, lollipops coming to you. You want to be spot on all the time. Think about the bowler who conceded a run there when he probably told himself that there was nothing in it.
He started off with a couple of short ones at Tion Webster. You mentioned the role he's going to have to play, and I think he himself would know that this team is going to be without their two more senior fast bowlers in Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, at least for round one of the championship. And I think that's where we see Tion taking up the ball a little bit more, especially in this game, to get himself into that match fitness and match readiness mode. With the bat, though, last year's championship, he did admirably well, the Tion Webster, and then followed it up with a good season as well at the Super 50. He had a century and a half century last year. The Tion Webster. I think
Regional?
I think the century was at the Queen's Park Oval. The half century was in St. Kitts. I believe it was at Warner Park. So he's going to have to play that out and out all-rounder role in the team.
And he started, when he batted yesterday, he started, it was middling the ball beautifully, and then, boop, he got out. And it was, he just played down the wrong line and got bowled.
And he's now erring a little more on the fuller side and looking to attack the stumps.
Yeah, because when the wicket isn't giving you assistance, you got to find ways to trouble the batsman. 169 for 2 at the end of the over.
So we talk so much about this being the preparation for the West Indies Championship, the 4-day championship, and it's going to be a big payday for someone. The first prize will be $250,000 US.
I thought you was going to give me the lottery numbers. So Liam, when he said big payday for somebody, so the lottery numbers he going to call out. And now look at it right now. No.
That's why I said somebody. I don't know who the somebody is. But of course, the eight teams and franchises are going to be playing for the Headley Weeks Trophy, and the winner will get $250,000 US, and the runners-up will get $100,000 US. Of course, the Ghana Harpy Eagles are the defending champions, and they collected that $250,000 last year. Vikash Mohan continues. Again, there's a sweep shot.
Took it top edge. Probably did it hit the back of the bat or the glove? I'll see if the umpire signaled runs. He doesn't. Yeah, it's just runs. So he got a touch on it. Didn't hit it where he wanted to. It's almost like it hit him on the wrist or on the back of the bat. And just spooned over the keeper's head. Hey, but they pay for the whole bat, so they're a little bit hesitant to do it, but they can use their feet to the spinners. We've seen them do it before, and they just seem a little reluctant to do it at times. But they just kind of playing from the crease more than anything else and doing that. But I really like to see one of them commit to coming down the track and trying to get. Now there's a long on and a long off, 3/4 of the way out. So maybe that is what is kind of keeping them from doing it.
I think the fact that they, as you said, they're not under any pressure. Another easy 2 runs here with Sween having about 20 yards to get to the ball. They're not under any pressure, so it's not like they have to do anything different from what they've been doing for the last 2.5 hours.
85 now to Mohammed. So he's 15 away. Cooper is on 75. He's 25 away. And they are 5 away from 150 partnership. So this partnership has bettered the one from the North innings, which was 143. They are now 145 together.
Sweet big.
So in a lot of ways, they're showing, they're actually showing the North batsmen how they should have played when they got past 50. Or even the ones who got starts. We had a 38, a 29, a 27, and they just couldn't figure out how to go about, consolidating the innings and then, putting the foot down. 174 for 2 at the end of the over. Continues to be a good batting pitch. I suppose day 2 was always going to be the day that things got easier for the batsmen. Yesterday, you would think, okay, maybe there might be some moisture or something in the wicket initially. That really wasn't the case, although early on the bowlers did enjoy a little bit of the hardness of the ball. But once that got out of it, it became easier to bat, and we've seen that again here today. These two have made a commitment to, just playing with a straight bat, not trying to be too fancy, and then putting away bad balls. As I speak of bad balls, there we go. Short, right on the hip, and he just swiveled into the wicket and put it away.
It's almost like a broken record. We've been seeing you err on the side of full, and this one a genuine half tracker from Tion Webster, getting the treatment it deserved. Pulled in front of square, and 4 more runs at Cooper, who's moved on to 79. And I think you mentioned in terms of those conditions, Cooper and Mohammed, of course, they would have been out in the field as well for just about 90 overs the entire day yesterday, and then the half an hour this afternoon when we started. So they would have also seen firsthand being there. And it's good that you can see they've assessed the conditions, because that's the other part of batters that you want to see. It's not that just them playing the nice shots, the nice cover drives, or the nice pull shot as we had a couple deliveries ago, but that understanding of what the conditions are. And Cooper and Mohammed have definitely assessed conditions well enough that the results are showing 85 and 79 respectively, and they really seem unbothered.
Yeah, 149 together. Which represents a major recovery after being 29 for 2.
And I guess this is what you want. They are two of the more senior players, if you will, having played short again.
And that's a nice stop. He really thought he had gotten it past the gully fielder, but good stop. And that is what you want to see in the field, even if you don't get a wicket. You have to support the bowlers. Bowlers are running up and trying their hardest to try and get a wicket. They may not always put the ball in the areas they're supposed to, but that doesn't take away from the effort. And as a fielder, your role in all of that is to try to encourage them and protect them as much as you possibly can.
A bit of swing there for Tion Webster, and
part of the virtue of pitching up the ball. If you pitch it up, it might do something for you.
And again, the conditions have changed from earlier. It's now nighttime, so the atmosphere is different, and it is the pink ball, and it is going to move a bit.
Which will do a little thing for you.
I was just mentioning to you that the experience is showing here from Webster and Cooper. I think they're going to be the mainstays. Cooper, the incumbent opener, if you will, Mohammed in the middle order. They're probably going to be sure to be on the squad. Again, another good hand there from Juan in the point region. And this renders well going into that first round that they are getting some batting time. Liam mentioned it earlier in the day. They're so familiar with each other as well, because they play so much club cricket together, the Cooper and Mohammed. But this is good to see. And it gives that bit of hope that, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup is going to be steady going into the championship.
What I think what they need too is for one of the left-handers to, come good and make sure. That's a glorious shot, and he didn't have to move. Just placed it very, very well placed indeed. The man at cover and the man at extra cover, they just kind of watched at each other and told themselves, no way, we catching this.
And if I'm Tion Webster, I'm not worried too much about that, because that's what you want them doing, knowing that the delivery before, you got a bit of movement. And as you've been mentioning, bring them onto the front foot. And if the ball moves a bit, you're going to take that outside edge.
The money. It's 182 for 2. It's 150 partnership. It's 153 now. between these two, so that's another milestone for them.
You said Mohammed caught up to Cooper. Now it's Cooper's turn. He's just right there behind Jason Mohammed, 83, and Mohammed on 85. And Vikash Mohan will continue from the southern end. A little shot there of some of the TTCB board members. On the southern side of the ground.
President in the background.
It's all business. And of course, a good evening to Mr. It's all business. And of course, a good evening to Mr. Asim Basra, the president of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and CWI Vice President.
Yeah, because someday I was asking him, I say, which should I address you as, VP or Prezi?
That's why we just call him Prezi. I think it covers both. Mohan here again, looking to give some generous flight. So you can see that as we're talking about trying to get the batters coming forward.
I think he's going to have to figure out how he's going to deal with this top end here. If Webster isn't getting the job done, who does he turn to? And I think James has bowled well enough, but he's under bowled right now, and so he may very well be an option from this end. He's kept a good line. Yep. He's kept a good line, and he may very well relish the chance. Here he goes down the wicket, but again, just sticking the pad out. And
that's a good adjustment, though, from Mohammed. He was looking to use his feet and realized he was not there to the pitch of the ball, and he just opened up the pad, kept the hands nice and low as well, so there was no chance of the ball taking the glove or the edge of the bat and go through to the slip that's still in play. Continues to be just really watchful at the end of the over.
so it's 184 for 2 at the end of it. 86 to Mohammed. Cooper is on 84. We'll have a double change here as we welcome back the pair of Liam and Dylan.
Afternoon to, and good night, in fact, to all of our viewers. And Tion Webster to continue. 9 overs so far, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. He's looked pretty good with the ball in hand. And right on spot again. But Dylan, these two have seen, it just seems like they're batting on a road out there. It's too easy for them.
Has been too easy for them throughout that last session, and so far we've seen in this session just continued where they left off, and that's exactly what you want to see after a break.
I think you look back at the North South Classic last year where Amir Django and Vikash Mohan did some similar damage. The only difference is so far that Django and Mohan both got centuries in that game. These two will also be looking to emulate that.
I think another major difference that we see as well is Django went on to play for West Indies. Mohan still here working away at it, hoping that might carry on a bit more this year.
Yeah, he got a bit of a raw, a tough, got a bit of tough luck, I would say, at the regional 4-day last year. Picked up an injury in the first game where he was hit on the gloves and was out for a few games after that. And then he came back into the team and didn't get as much as he wanted. But misfield there from, well, the one man you would not expect it from Carey Pay. He misfielded that one, and now Cephas Cooper's joined Jason Mohammed. They're both level, 86 apiece.
Well, the race is still on between both of them. Who gets to that number first?
Cooper started off in front and Mohammed got past him. Now they're right back level. And, both of them would just be thinking about getting to three figures, or more importantly, getting to the end of today's session, of today's play. Just probably about, just have to wait until I think about 35 overs left in the day. Driving, Cooper is looking like it's going to run very close to the boundary. Kyrie Paye gives up the chase, and Cephas Cooper is into the 90s with a beautiful cover drive.
Well, what a display that was there from Cephas Cooper. Tempted shot right there, just the ball before, and seemed as if it followed Kyrie Paye from the ball after. Nowhere to hide after that misfield.
It just takes me back to those days, and you would be familiar with these days as well. Down at Lewis Street, watching Cephas Cooper hit anyone out of the park. He's now at domestic level. He's done it so well for the past few seasons. He's always in the top 2 or 3 run scorers in all 3 forms of the game that we play here in Trinidad: the 3-day cricket, 50 over, and the T20 format. And now you see him. He's worked so hard on his game. He's on 90 in the North-South Classic, and he'll be looking to get into the team and start to dominate at that level. There's a no ball is signal there by umpire Narayan. The front foot.
Just over, just over. Just over. Yeah, are you right there?
Not what you would want to be given to the opposition. Any free runs.
Yeah.
Might have just been striving for some extra piece there.
Yeah, that might be exactly it. Just looking to take that extra yard.
Isn't really someone who would scare any batsman with pace, Dion Webster.
It's a bit skitty, but not really anything to worry about in terms of getting hit.
He has looked more a bowler this year.
He has improved a lot, and he's getting some swing. He's getting some movement now in this under the lights. He's getting that sharp away movement.
It is that time where it does get a bit more difficult to bat. Of course, conditions as well would just be cooling down, so it does make it easier in that regard, but ball certainly does quite a bit more.
Makes it easier for the fielders as well. Not that you tend to lose a bit of concentration when the sun is so hot. But they now, they're just, it's pretty cold out there actually tonight. As you mentioned, it's a bit colder this time of year. So they're out there, and just about an hour and a half, you would say that they could get that done. Maybe just
yesterday would have gotten through about 84, 85 overs, and today already way ahead of the rate, so it does feel a bit colder around this time of year, but it's really just a difference of about 2-3 degrees, nothing
you tend to
major,
feel
but
that in Trinidad though.
does seem to be felt a bit more as opposed to the drastic change you'd see summer and winter in the US.
Here is Mohan. Mohammed sweeps, and Rambaran has dropped it, has he? He was at leg slip. Let's have a look at this again. It might have been bat onto ground, and then yeah, bat onto ground. Good reaction time from Rambaran to even get a hand on that though. And now he's been moved to short leg.
Great miss. Go catch him. Catch him.
We got a single.
When they hold him.
They are certainly utilizing that sweep shot, both batsmen, Puran and Mohammed, quite a bit.
It was good though, he swept it onto the ground. And not giving Rambaran a chance to take that catch. As Cooper's on the back foot now. Taking it straight to Rambaran at short leg. 90 of 182. He's shown the presence of mind to stay out there for a long period of time. And I think, you think back to this entire innings, he's not really given up a chance. He's been very tight in defense.
Has worked on his defense, and that is very good to see heading into the 4-day season. He's someone who does tend to attack the bowling a lot, so it's good to see this other side of his game.
Sweeping again. Down to Big Dex. Dexter Sweden down at deep square leg.
How much? How many?
Didn't see any bowling from Dexter Sween in that second session at all. Might just be worth 2-3 overs.
I think he's another one that's been a bit underused in this game. Carry pay, and I'm not in total agreement with Carry Pay's bowling rotations. I think you've got young Ramaran, who's yet to bowl a ball. He's a left-hand orthodox bowler. He's a genuine all-rounder. You would have bowled for the academy a lot in the Super 50. And we're now 61 overs in. These two are two right-handed batsmen who've been batting for a long time. And Pay has not tried Ramaran. I thought it was a bit of a shock.
Bit of that surprise factor as well. These two would be well accustomed to what Pay offers.
I'm going to see a change in bowling now. It's going to be that man that we spoke about a bit earlier, Joshua James. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. And he has been severely underused as well.
I think both him and Webster have stepped up in this encounter, looking towards either bowling all rounder spots in the team, given the
See, first it's a change in bowling.
depleted resources
Joshua's
due
coming
to the
right down.
Pakistan tour.
To you. Okay.
It's really impressive what I saw from Joshua James in his first spell. Kept it pretty much on the same spot. It was difficult to score from, of course. That would have come when innings, well, when this partnership was still early on, trying to build rather than looking to flourish. So we'll see how he comes back in the second spell.
Flicked away into the one side, and Cooper wanted to, but Tion Webster was brilliant in the field there. They just get one. Hopefully he hasn't hit himself, and he seems to be okay. Joshua James starts off maybe a bit too straight. He takes a ball or two to get himself warm.
Yeah, that one. This two. Yeah.
There's a slip, gully fielder and a shortish cover fielder.
Here is James again from the northern end, which is the end I wanted to see him from, as Mohammed cuts. And straight down to Isaiah Raja down at deep point. 2 fielders on the boundary, deep point and a deep backward square. A wide fine leg almost. We spoke about the 2 keepers being on tour with the West Indies team, and obviously that opens up a spot for one of these 2 guys into that first game. Daniel Williams of South or Antonio Gomez of the North. Gomez has looked pretty solid behind the stumps, has not much to do as Cooper pulls this one away, and that is going to be 4 runs. Filton Williams is a bystander, an innocent bystander in the end, as Cooper races on to 96. Anything short and anything too full, he's been able to put away the run.
Well, trying that short ball approach there, Joshua James, but it was too easy for Cooper as well. Just came on exactly where he wanted it and was able to confidently pull that. Moves on to 96 now.
Score moves on to 199. They trail by just 147 more. Still 22 and a half overs to go in the day. And here is James again. Victory. Cooper wants to. And they'll set up. In fact, they get to. Filton Williams ran in and forgot to pick up the ball. And Cooper moves on to 98. He's inching closer to a big century here.
Well, it's really a bit of a surprise here from Filton Williams. Allowed them to get the 2.
So we'll look at that again. I remember back in 2018 when Cephas was still the captain of Naprima College. Then we played against Vishnu Boys here in the Intercolony. He scored 100 in the stadium. And then throw back to just about a season and a half ago when the T20 festival was played right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He scored 100 against Victoria as well. So he loves batting here, and it just shows that certain players favour certain venues. Cooper might be a big fan of this wicket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He might want to take it everywhere with him. He also made his first class debut here back in 2020 against Barbados. So it's a ground that he holds near and dear to his heart, being from South as well. James finishes off the over with 2 dots at the end of over number 62. 201 for 2. The 200 came up with that Filton Williams misfield. And South trail by a field of 145. So it'll be interesting to see if they continue with Mohan, or if they try something new. You've got Govaya, you've got Sween, who's only bowled 5 overs. Govaya has bowled about 8. You've still got Rambran, who hasn't bowled. And I don't think it's a bad idea either to try Zia Raja, who's a leg spinner. He may not be your number one pick of bowlers to use, but when you're in a situation like this where a partnership of 172 is on the board, can't hurt to try. It might be Andrew Rambran, or it looks like Govaya.
Just as you spoke about Govaya.
Rambran's still down that leg slip. I think that's the one that surprises me the most, that Pay hasn't given the young man an opportunity. There it is going to be Mikhail Govaya.
One brought up Isaiah Raja. Just to take the ball away from right-handers as well.
Good ball, he's a good leg spinner. I'm surprised he hasn't been used by Kari Pay. I mean, as I said, a partnership of 172 on the board. It almost seems like Pay is enjoying watching them bat. Doesn't want them to get out. But Govaya is his wicket taker. Govaya is usually a trump card. So let's see if he can come in here and get the breakthrough.
Hey!
He has Mohammed and Checky Leone.
There's a slipper, short leg, and a short mid-on.
That mid-on is almost at a catching position. Ramaran was in no position to stop that. He turned his back to it completely. As Mohammed rocked back there to pull that one. And Mohammed is edging closer to 100 as well. He moves on to 89. Cooper 98, 2 runs away.
98. Then so superior over there again.
An appeal for MBW, Cooper, and he goes! Cephas Cooper. An appeal for MBW, Cooper, and he goes! Cephas Cooper falls for 98, 2 runs short of 100, and once again, Mikhail Govaya is the man to get the breakthrough. Well, let's have a look at this again. I think the appeal got him out there. That one looked like it hit him outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump.
That would have been the only factor saving him there.
Well, he's got to go. The umpire's decision out there is final. And we'll have to see Cephas Cooper fall for 98. A hard day's work for Cephas Cooper. And you can see he's visibly upset. But in at number 5, it's the man, Jid Gully, the skipper of the South team. A man who's been a stalwart in Trinidad and Tobago team for the past few seasons. He is going to look to just to bat around and stick around till the end of the day.
Big crack.
Have a closer look at it now.
But I can also see no offset. Beat was bowling.
Definitely, I think it was a bit hard done there by the angle. Certainly did look to be outside, but umpires out there don't have that luxury of another look at it.
Mikel Govaya won't hear that. Mikel Govaya's got his wicket. He's got his man out.
We did say he was the wild card.
Yeah, he is that trump bowler. He's always a bowler to come in and take a wicket. And now with Jit Guli there, Govaya is right in the game because that left hand, he's going to turn the ball away from him. And he's very dangerous against left-handers. There was a trial game here back in right before the Super 50 where Govaya played. Picked up 4 wickets in that trial game. I think 3 of them were left-handers. I think he got Django out. I think Kieran Utley he got out.
That's had quite a bumper year leading up to this North-South Classic as well.
Tough to start, remember.
CPL champion, he made his Super 50 debut for CCC as well. Had a really good tournament. He knows he could have done better, but he would still be pleased. And here he is to Gully. Gully on the back foot. But Govaya just finishes off with a dot at the end of 63. It's 202 for 3.
Ball and change would have come at a quite useful time for North. Sometimes something just as simple as changing the bowler when you're so close to a century. You have to sort of reset for a bit. Just get a hold of what the bowler is presenting to you and just might catch you off guard a bit.
News coming in from Diego Martin, from my good friend Jared Basu, is that when Kairam Abdul saw that wicket that Govaya got, he broke a glass. He was so excited. He's running around the house right now. He's still running and Govaya's over is done.
That's quite an interesting celebration there. Nicely cut from Shisan Mohammed, just one. Looks as if isn't perturbed by that dismissal. He'd want to carry on just as he was batting. Joined by Jit Guli, who would have started off the season last year before the season quite well. Gotten, I think, 2 centuries maybe, or would have just been 1. I knew there was 1 for sure. But sort of just tailed off a bit after that.
Jed. Coming wrong? Yes, sir. Russell's coming right on, wrong the wicket to you. Nice, still on the leg right now, Jed. That's 2, yeah.
Joshua James
Right on, wrong to you.
have to
5.
readjust his line to the left-hander. Gonna come round the wicket. Has 2 slips in place. A gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off.
He is round the wicket to Gully and he's, well, beat him outside the off stump. There was a slight appeal for caught behind, but Joshua James seems to have some pep in his step here.
That's exactly what you get from the twilight session. Just that extra bit for you as a bowler. It'll be difficult to get himself in here, Jit Guli. It's going to be some exciting action to look at, and if he does get through this period, he'll feel even more confident about himself.
On the leg side, and I'm not sure if there was bat on that, but Antonio Gomez went diving down the leg side. We await the signal from umpire, and in fact it was by, so
Got a bit too greedy there, looking for too much movement after that previous beauty that he bowled.
Guli has a big responsibility here. If another wicket falls, South would all of a sudden feel like they're under a bit of pressure. They've got to not allow wickets to fall in clusters. He needs to consolidate here and try to get himself set. We already know what Jason Mohammed is capable of. But now that Cooper is gone, he can't. He would feel like he needs to temper himself down a bit as he's into the 90s as well. How many times have we seen Jason Mohammed in the 90s? I believe he scored 100 in North South Classic as well last year, didn't he? Or he got just short. If I'm not mistaken, I'll try to
He
get
would have
that up.
gotten just short.
And then. Stop. Stop.
Lee as well, practicing his batch strokes there at the non-strikers end. Jason Mohammed always keeping himself active out there.
Oh, that one just shaping away a bit, and you could have seen Mohammed squaring up just a little bit, and just pushing it into the offside by Tion Webster, who's at mid-wicket. This is a good session here, though. This session is the session that Salt would look to consolidate and build on that good second session they had with Mohammed and Cooper. But North would feel like they've gotten some inroads in here. They've gotten rid of Cooper just short of 100. They would feel like there's another one in the air as James comes to the end of his 7th over. At the end of over number 64, 204 for 3. And it looks like Govaya should continue. He just picked up a wicket. Don't see why not. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. He's got a good opportunity here with the left-handed Gully out there to pick up a wicket. Rambran seems to be going back into short leg. They've got Dejon Charles at first slip. Man at short and mid-off is Carrie Pay. Almost catching there. It's the two fielders on the leg side. Sween at a forward mid-wicket and Filton Williams is at mid-on.
Wonderful start to the over. Just want to continue to apply as much pressure as you can on the new batsman. Via continuing, no doubt, to take the ball away from the left-hander.
Tell you what then, I think Andrew Rambran is going to have to take a nice bat later on because he batted a long time yesterday. He scored 84 and he's been at short leg ever since the spin came on. He's had a rough day out there. Some tired legs out there now. Salt would have been in the field for a full day and just about half an hour into the morning session. Goody nicely behind that.
Certainly in a good position at this point. No need for Gully to get ahead of himself.
Thank you,
Nicely
thank
flighted
you.
there from Govaya.
Good pace, good
Well
pace,
Smart
good
bowler.
pace, good pace.
Both accounts well done.
Bolo Mickey, Bolo Jay.
Final delivery of the over. Goody sweeps. And Andrew Rambran is going to have a long chase here as it goes into the boundary for 4 at the end of over number 65. 208 for 3. And Jit Goody's off the mark with a boundary. Just missing his line there, Govaya.
Just a bit too straight, and that sweep shot has been so profitable today.
James to continue. So I'm having a look at that pop increase again. There's been so many issues with the fast bowlers on this end. And you just want to hope that, they're comfortable. There's no chance of them getting injured in that landing spot, because a couple of times we saw Manik, especially yesterday afternoon, late into the ninth actually. He got stuck there at a point in time. And we've seen James a few times today pull up from the side. Sween, even Adrian Ratcher. But it is going to be Joshua James to continue. 7 overs, none for 18, 1 maiden to that as well. And Mohammed cuts and straight to the man at Gully. Looks like Dejon Charles.
Certainly went to him quickly. There have been issues with the pop increase at both ends or just from this end?
Just this end. Field for Mohammed here. Slip Mikael Govaya. He's got Andrew Rambaran seems to be at gully, but then Dejon Charles seems to be like a wider gully. Almost like a 5th slip on a gully. And Jason Mohammed has been hit where you don't want to be hit. And Joshua James blows a heavy ball. Talk about Jason Mohammed and why is he still being selected at this end of the day. Trinidad and Tobago are in a situation where they've not won regional 40 in a long time. And when you got guys like Jason Mohammed, you want to integrate some of the younger players in, yes, but you've got to mix it with a bit of experience, and they don't come much more experience than Jason Mohammed.
Well, especially in a season like this where you have that test tour going on concurrently as well. You're already dealing with having some less resources to select from.
I think Joshua Da Silva may have been named the captain. He's not going to be around for the first game. Then there's obviously Amir Jangu, who is not around. He's become a senior player in the setup after last season, averaged 100 at the end of last first class season. Had a brilliant Super 50 as well, where he scored the most runs, and he got selected for the West Indies. And then he scored 100 not out to win a game against Bangladesh on ODI debut. So you lose 2 pretty important players to your team there. Obviously Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, the mainstay of the fast bowling department here. And then Terrence Hines is also unavailable because he was given permission to play in the ILT 20 over in Dubai. So it's a pretty dilapidated Trinidad and Tobago team.
Maiden over there from James.
So you lean into the experienced guys such as Jason Mohammed. So at the end of over number 66, so 208 for 3. Govaya to continue, and with that, I would take a step out, and I'd like to welcome Ruskin Mark.
To continue into his spell. Close to that short leg fielder. Damage done in the end. So I also welcome Ruskin Mark alongside me.
Thank you very much. And of course, with Jason Mohammed now, the focus. He's on to 90. Really just taking his time. Jit Gooley trying to get his innings started here. 1 scoring shot so far, a lovely sweep shot of the previous over.
Again, just straying a bit there. Allowing that single.
So now it's up to Jason Mohammed to break the sequence of good scores, but not able to carry on to get to triple figures. He's on to 90. And it was just so unfortunate for Cephas Cooper. LBW to Govaya for 98. And we said that today with Atenes got out for 99 for the West Indies in a warm-up game. So we had a 99, we have a 98. Well, I will leave it up to you, Dylan, to continue the sequence. Because you don't want to be getting into the 90s and getting out.
Jason Mohammed would certainly not want to continue the sequence.
Well, maybe you go the sequence in the other direction, 98, 99, and then the 100.
We could continue it
In that direction.
No ball on. No ball, 3 man behind.
So Kerry Pierre trying to bring some changes here, hoping to maybe induce a rash shot. While you all were doing commentary there, I was just listening to the small band conventional steel orchestras are doing their preliminaries, and the Southern Stars out in Siparia with a Duvan Stewart arrangement of Malava. Oh man, as I say, mash up the place. But here, it's a slow burn, so to speak, on the part of Jason Mohammed. He's just inching his way towards 100. He's up to 91 now. It's 210 for 3, as the players will get a breather, the refreshment cart, or the players will get some refreshments. We'll take a break and we come back with more right after this. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as we continue the Malco North-South Classic. South in a very good position right now to challenge that 346 scored by North. They're 210 for 3 right now with Jason Mohammed not out on position, and he just clobbered it over square leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, almost like a broken record. Anything short, it's going to get put away. Hello, Ruskin. Hello, everyone. Definitely the first hour after the dinner interval, belonging yet again another portion of play that belonged to the South team. Unfortunate for Sivas Cooper, getting out just a couple of runs shy of a century. But I think maybe he's done enough to warrant that he is going to get picked for the national team. Of course, we'll have to wait a couple of days until the selectors and the coaching staff make that announcement. But again, 132 now adrift on first innings, 7 wickets in hand, probably definitely putting the tilt of the pendulum on the side of South.
It certainly is, and this man is really the one leading the charge for them. And that's a fine take from the youngster Gomez, diving and tumbling over to his left. But a delivery that Mohammed probably could have done a lot more with. It was a full length delivery, full pitch delivery on his pads. He probably just got too far inside of it, couldn't take advantage.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that the bowlers, when they bowl short, they get put away, and then when they try to correct, they're getting the length right and going fuller, but the line is drifting leg side. This one a lot better, looking to attack the stumps. Joshua James is bowled 8.5 overs now. He's not done too badly, given that just about 23 runs off of his bowling.
Mohammed seemed to get himself in a bit of a tangle there. He was in 2 minds if to come forward or not. He just kind of played from the crease. And I could tell you, Basso, sad news in the fact that veteran journalist Jones P. Madeira passed away today at the age of 80 at the Mount Hope Medical Sciences Complex. He has been there for the last week or so, and but it's so unfortunate for him. But JP really he's been a name, sort of household name in Trinidad and Tobago for a number of years, and we consider, I suppose, his finest moment would have been his communication between the Defense Force and the Abu Bakr insurgents within the coup in 1990. And Jones P. was kind of like the go-between. And I suppose his calming influence probably helped ease the tension at the time. This is a strong appeal, struck him probably on the inside of that thigh, is it? But the second time he's been struck in the midsection somewhere there. The previous over, a similar thing happened.
Yeah, I think James is showing here that of the seam bowlers on show, both the North and South, I think he is the one that has just that extra bit of pace ahead of some of his counterparts and teammates. And, getting some encouragement here from his skipper. And just a discussion in terms of planning and what to do next. And condolences to the Madeira family, of course, definitely a household name in media. Never had the honor of meeting him personally or working around him. I guess it's so ironic that you and I, Ruskin, were talking about 1990 when we got here to the academy earlier in the afternoon. And I remember I was reading something from Jones P. Madeira recently. And these are the names that we spoke about on our journey today. 214 for 3, 68 overs into their first innings, South. And we were talking about some of the stalwarts of the media fraternity here in Trinidad and Tobago, and definitely condolences going out to James P. Madera's family.
Of course, his wife and you probably anticipate that, you know, they're thinking the worst.
You're
But
never
when it
prepared.
happens,
You're never,
just,
yeah. That's it.
you're hoping they do another day and another day. And here's Gully getting one that kind of jumps on him.
Govayat is continuing from the southern end.
I think the batsmen have to be careful here. You don't want to get yourself into that kind of a rut, and you just find it difficult to kind of change gears, you know. And so sometimes you're better off just coming and playing your natural game. You play with caution as well, but you kind of, if there's a ball there to attack, you attack it. You don't just pat it. And you know, because if you can pick off the bowlers, they don't get the opportunity to kind of, zero in on you.
Thank you.
I think the two batters at the crease. We mentioned earlier on, my opinion, that the top four batters are all almost but set for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jed Gooley being one of those. He performed admirably well in that number 3 position last year for the Red Force. And I think more than any of the other batters, whether north or south, I think Jed Gooley and Jason Mohammed are the two players with the caliber that they can actually go through the gears at will if they wanted. I think in the instance of Jed Gooley, I mentioned that a couple of people last year, that 6 months prior, 214 for 3 at the end of the over. 6 months prior to the West Indies Championship last year, I'd been seeing Jed Gooley play a lot of white ball cricket and the shorter and shortest formats of the game. And he was scoring runs almost at will. And then to see him come into the red ball setup and the mentality that he displayed, the being able to set himself and get into an innings and build an innings, was definitely a refreshing sight. After seeing him, for example, score 100 in a T10 tournament, you know, it has been a refreshing sight to see him. I think he's going to be the incumbent number 3 batter in the team going into the tournament. So I think this phase here is just him getting himself set and assessing conditions, if they've changed much over the period of today as opposed to yesterday. And Jason Mohammed on the brink.
He's going to get a single here quickly. So it's 1 by 1. He's filling the basket.
Just one shot away now.
Yeah, he's up to 96 now, and it's 215 for 3.
And I think that's the last I'm going to talk about him getting to that landmark. I don't want anybody saying that I put the curse on him.
Well, we already had a 99 and a 98 today. Athana's getting
Athana's,
99, and now Cooper getting to 98.
I think in Athana's case as well, if memory serves, he got that score from just about 114 to 116 deliveries, somewhere in that vicinity. So it tells me that he scored pretty quickly.
Yep. And that's a good shot. Excellently played. He just picked it up from just outside the off stump, played across it slightly, but was in total control of it, and stroked it past mid-on for 4 runs.
I think the length on that occasion from James would have allowed that shot. And even though in playing slightly across the line, as you said, he kept it all along the carpet, and he was able to middle it. Was Jed Gooley, and maybe that's the shot that gets him going a bit more. And now 20 deliveries for his 9 runs. And just to go back to Anthony scoring that 98, 99 from 114 deliveries, that's what you want to see from your batters. And I mentioned it earlier in the day in conversation with Riyad Emirates. He wants to see batters take on the game a little bit more. play that fearless brand of cricket, because you got to progress the game.
And that's a good comeback delivery from James after being struck for a boundary. Well, the thing about it is that one of the, how should I say, one of the areas, a perennial area of concern in West Indies cricket is rotation of strike. And, you look at batsmen, you want batsmen to score, but you don't want them to just soak up deliveries. We see it in the white ball cricket quite a bit, but it could also apply here as well in the red ball format, because if you're able to rotate strike, you're obviously going to score quicker, but you don't have to take undue risk in scoring quickly. I think we see that a lot from England. For example, they score quickly. All the batsmen have a license to score quickly. Some a little more unorthodox than others, but the general approach is to put pressure on the opposing team, the bowlers and the fielders, and try and, as I say, beat them into submission. That one is going to run down the hill, and that's gone for 4.
Yeah, continuing to probe outside that off stump. He's changed his angle, going over the wicket to the left-hander, as opposed to going around the wicket, to the left-hander, as opposed to going over the wicket and cutting across him. And a couple of deliveries, he's dropped it just on that off-stump line. This time just a little bit wider, and allowing Gully just to open the wrists, as you've been talking about, and find the gap in the gully, that gap between the slip fielder and the gully fielder. And again, Jed Gully keeping it all along the ground, so there's no chance of it popping up into the hands of gully or second or third slip. So he's found himself a couple of boundaries here, Jed Gully. Took about 18 deliveries to get 5 runs, and in the last 4 to 5 deliveries he's found 2 boundaries, and he's carried his strike rate up a bit. And now progressing the game nicely, 223 on the board. Just staggering the slips here a bit to try and compensate for that gap is Gary Peer. Just drawing his length back a bit, but in at the body. 223 it stays for 3. 70 overs now in to their first innings. South 11.
It's kind of like similar to what transpired last night, but we got to a point where we were short 4 overs when the 9:30 cut-off arrived. But with the spinners in this team, it's likely that they can make up quickly. They've consistently used a spinner. Even though they have a quick bowler operating at this end, they have a spinner at the other end. And we saw Gary Peer bowl, we saw them bowl in tandem at one stage. So I think they're pretty good for overs. They just need to probably turn it over. Remember, we had 4 overs this morning bowled by South. Then we had the changeover.
They've lost about 2 overs.
7 overs there, roughly. So, in essence, North would have been required to bowl somewhere in the region of 82 overs in the day, 82 to 83 overs in the day. And so they're up to 70 now?
Yeah, so they're actually 10 overs away from the new ball being due. And no pun intended. There doesn't seem to be any dew out there this evening as opposed to yesterday. So I think maybe there is now just before half past 8:25 now.
Should have an hour to probably get 13 to 14 overs in.
And I think they will
probably
take
get that
ball.
and more if they bowl the spinners. They continue to bowl the spinners.
Govaya now continuing, so that's one of the spinners. I think if you look at it, 10 overs, they're probably going to get those 10 overs in by the 9 o'clock mark, and they have about a half an hour or so maybe with the new ball. I think as opposed to South last night, again there was a bit of dew last night, and the rags came out and they had to change the ball a couple of times, and I think that played into the fact that they did not take the new ball for fear that it would have gotten struck on the pad.
But that's just going down leg side. It could have probably gone for a leg by. But everybody was zeroed in on the umpire.
Definitely drifting down the leg side, way down the leg side. He probably put two extra set of stumps that probably would not have hit it.
So Mohammed is on 96 now, eyeing another 100. He has 13 to his name already.
With that new ball beckoning in a about 9.5 overs time, we haven't seen Tion Webster with the ball, or Filton Williams, or Dexter Sween for quite some time. Those are your three other seamers.
You could call on them if he decides to use the new ball, which isn't too bad. And he himself can use the new ball. It's not like the spinners are averse to using the new ball. We see that time and time again. And this one is played gorgeously through the covers, and that is going to bring up the 100. Brilliantly played for Jason Mohammed. Many threatened to do it in this game already. None of them have been able to get the triple figures until now, and Jason Mohammed shows the way, the experience coming through loud and clear.
You told me about giving you the lotto numbers. I think I have to ask you for the lotto numbers, because you told me today that if it's anybody, it may very well be Jason Mohammed. And what is there again to say about this gentleman? The celebration tells you everything you need to know. He's blocked out the noise, and it's a celebration he's had for probably the last 2 years running, with all the noise around in the public about him being too old and he should step aside, give the younger ones a chance. But if you want his place, come and take it. And he celebrates by carving one down to third, and let's celebrate the 100 with another boundary. It says Jason Mohammed, you want my place, come and take it. There's been no one who's been as consistent a batter as Jason Mohammed has been over the last 2 to 3 seasons.
Well, a magnificent effort on his part. More importantly, South inching closer to the 346 scored by North.
Umpire Simon Arun going out to the middle and trying to see if he has the box of balls in his hands.
Unless they're going to change this one, because like the rope was out during the refreshment break, and so they were roping the field, but because there's a heavy dew present on the ground, they obviously, it might be affecting the ball, so the umpires are probably going to make a change.
And two boundaries for Jid Guli and 2 for Jason Mohammed, both batters playing shots on the ground, so the ball would have picked up quite a bit of that moisture that would be out there, and it is quite a still evening to night time at the academy. There's no
Dexter Sween is probably going to come into the attack here now.
In fact, it's Filton Williams with the ball in his hand. It's a toss-up here between one of them.
Who will it be? Well, looks like it's Sween, who is going to be charged.
Flip a coin.
with the response. Well, one of them, they probably save one for the new ball. So I don't think he wants to kind of wear down both of them at this stage. So you kind of save one for when you take the new ball, even if you give him an over or 2 prior. So Sween it is, who is going to get another opportunity here to make an impression. Not the easiest of conditions for fast bowlers.
5 overs in his initial spell, 20 runs. So he's been a tad expensive. Nice juicy full toss outside the off stump. Gooley's body language tells you all you need to know. He could have put that anywhere he wanted to. He picked out the field that extra cover.
Well, let's just put it this way. He didn't hit it to hand because that could so easily have gone into the hand of cover or somebody. And so while he didn't put it away, he also didn't get out with it.
I would love to know the statistic of how many full tosses have gotten wickets.
Quite a bit.
Because we always say with full tosses you can put it anywhere you want, and it's a bad ball, but full tosses have taken so many wickets at all levels of cricket.
In all formats as well.
Yeah, from age group cricket come up to the international level, whether it's the Test match arena, T20, ODIs.
We always say sometimes it's better to err on the side of full than short. Because if you're short on a wicket, a placid wicket like this, you're being punished. The full toss sometimes could be your best friend. And knocked down there, but
immediately you can see what his plan is going to be here. Dexter Sween getting the ball, pitching it up, getting it up there as close to under the bat, Yorker length, as full as he can get it.
Again, and when you bowl, you kind of bowl, you kind of picture the digits where you want to spot the ball. And a little too wide on that occasion, but that's not bad because you bowl a couple close to the off stump and then you bowl one a little wider. See if he's still in the driving mode and he wants to come at you outside the off stump. So you kind of feed him a couple close to him so he doesn't have to move very much, and he drives, middles them, and then you push one wide, which is what Sween did there, but he was too wide. He couldn't get Gooley to come after him.
Well, I was just about to ask you if you would strengthen your slip cordon, and Carey Pears removed the first slip, and he's gone round the wicket.
He's staying wide, and well, if he was going across him, you would probably say yes.
Which he did at the beginning of the over, the first half of the over.
Let's keep the two slips on the gully. And, but if he's coming on, the first slip should come a little bit straighter, and the gully fielder could probably come as a third slip or even come straighter himself at gully. Sween completes his first over of a new spell. It remains 231 for 4 with Jason Mohammed on 104 and 13 to Gooley, the captain. So 231 for 3 it is. It's that time of the evening now where all the players are probably keen to bring an end to proceedings, but there's still quite a bit of cricket to be played. South still have some work to do. They trail by 115 runs.
Always brings a different feeling to this last session, the night matches. Always action in that last session, whether it is a D game or a day night game.
And again, Jason Mohammed can't put it away outside of his legs.
Of course, one key difference being that can't go off a bad light at the end of a day night D.
But you could go up for no light. As transpired in Guyana during the CP. This is a no ball, and that's because there are 3 men behind. It should be the square leg umpire, I thought, would probably call that. There was a square leg, backward square leg behind the umpire, a fine leg, a short fine leg, and a leg gully. So there were 3 men behind the crease, and correctly called as a no ball.
Come on guys, I work here, boys.
And there's another gift opening the face and running it down to third man and picking up another boundary there. So Jason Mohammed continues to soldier on here. Another 4 to his coffers. Goes up to 108 now.
Well, he's making it look even easier than it is out there. You don't want to be making those errors in the field, especially when you're pressing your claim to go up to the higher level. Need to be aware of certain fielding regulations.
And then this is where the fielders also and the bowler has to help out the captain, you know, because you everybody must be aware, but sometimes the captain may be so busy thinking, planning other things, he don't see something like that. But this is where the fielders have to be aware and point out something like that to him.
There's definitely a lot harder out there than it might seem just looking at it on your screens.
It gets harder when a batsman has 104 and 108 to his name. You kind of trying to devise ways in your mind how you're going to get him out, and you might miss something like a simple field placing. Mohammed again, just tickling it. You're not trying to hit it to mid-wicket or mid-on. He's trying to turn it to fine leg, but there is that short fine leg there. So where he was getting a run earlier, he can't get one now, unless he plays it maybe closer to the umpire. And again, trying to turn it on the onside, and not able to take advantage. As the over comes to an end, you look at it here again. Slightly quicker delivery, but again, angling down the leg side. 236 for 3 at the end of it.
Would have been the consistency of those sweep shots earlier that would have wanted to sort of reinforce that area of the field, but just was too far past the limit of how many fielders you could have had there. Mohammed and Cooper played those sweep shots quite effectively.
Shukari Pierre just taking his time to try to get the field placings right, or the instruction that he wants to pass on to the bowler, Swede, who's going to continue. He has a slip on the gully. He has a third man or a deep backward point on the boundary. He has a cover and a mid-off. Then he has a mid-on, a mid-wicket, fairly straight, a square man just behind square, a square leg just to the left of the umpire, and a fine leg. And he's wide outside the off-stump, so he's testing Gooley's patience here.
Has tended to err a bit wider in this spell that he has been bowling. Of course, had that full toss as well in the previous over.
And the thing is, he's bowling from around the wicket. You know, you would think he was trying to angle it into the left-hander, but he's pushing it outside the off-stump. They're talking about the full toss. He seems to think that might actually be one of the ways to get a wicket here tonight.
Might have had a conversation with Basu. I know he was very excited at those full tosses in the previous over.
I don't think Keon Webster was too happy there. He was the one who had to try to field it to prevent it from going through.
It has been a live wire in the field so far today, Keon Webster.
Again, the line is outside the off-stump. And they're working on Jid Gooley's patience here, just to see if he will lose his cool and have a little nibble or swish outside the off-stump. The one thing you don't want to do is if it does hit the edge, you don't have the fielders in place to take the catch in the slip cordon.
The angle that he has presented is definitely testing the patience, but every now and then he does just bowl a bit of a release ball. Hasn't contributed to any runs being scored off of him as yet, but would just want to tighten things up, Dexter Sween.
So Sween staying outside the off stump. This is not outside the off stump, fifth stump. This is outside the off stump, but 8th or 9th stump is way outside the off stump. Gooley just picks up the bat and walks across, covers the off stump and allows it to go its merry way. So a big change in the strategy here. But here's a funny thing, Dylan. He's bowling outside the off stump, but yet still he has 4 men on the onside. If the plan is to bowl outside the off stump, you would think you'd strengthen the offside even more and force the batsman to maybe try to pierce the gap on the onside and get himself into trouble doing so. But I'm not sure, because if you bring a mid-wicket, you have a square leg, you have the fine leg, and you have a mid-on, and you're asking the bowler to bowl outside the off stump, wide, then you're probably better off going with a man at cover or even another slip, hoping that you could induce Gooley to chase one and maybe sneak it behind. But when you put that man at mid-wicket and at square leg, I am not sure how much they're feeling, how much they're impacting the game there.
More than anything, it was a maiden over that didn't really have much of a say in progress of the game.
He has a good shot. You're going to get one, might get a second if they hurry. They're going to go for it. Jason Mohammed has to hurry. It's a good return from way out in the distance by James, but the batsmen were, I may have to say, comfortably back for the second run, although he did have to put on the afterburners to get in. And I say that God
has put in a marathon effort.
to just turn it, just trying to work with it, not trying to hit it. He's just trying to ride it, but can't get the run. Plus, Carrier has done the smart thing. He's positioned himself at that short mid-wicket. Just his presence alone on the part of the batsman when it comes to running a single. They almost give away the run. The return not gathered cleanly by the keeper Gomez, and that almost resulted in the run. But we always say in cricket, you don't run on an overthrow or on a misfield. It could get you into trouble. That's a good delivery coming back at him. There's a stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire. And this time he's able to pinch the single because he's getting it so much squarer. There's nobody next to the umpire, and once he gets it in that gap, it's almost a given. So the end of another over, and the end of it is 239 now for the loss of 3 wickets. Jason Mohammed continues to soldier on here with this brilliant efforts. He's up to 111 to Nelson and 13 to Gooley. Gooley has been on 13 for a little while now. That's because he's been facing almost exclusively Sween, and Sween has decided that he's not coming anywhere near the stumps. For Gooley, he's going to tease him outside the off stump and see if he loses his patience.
Keeping his patience is exactly what you'd want to continue doing.
But it's going to be Jason Mohammed doing that. He's going to have to face up first up in this start this over. can't say enough about Jason Mohammed and this effort here. This has been a wonderful effort indeed.
I remember seeing Jason Mohammed from since one of the first matches of cricket I would have watched. Been back in the final of the Caribbean T20 in 2011. To this day, still out there playing. So many years passed and has continued to improve in each of those years.
That's what, 14 years ago? And his batting style hasn't changed much. He's still a real accumulator of runs.
And similarly, Cephas Cooper as well would have been accustomed with seeing him bat for Naprima College from back around 2015-16, around almost 10 years at that point.
Yeah, Cooper has been around for a while now, but he's always been a run scorer. And when you consider him and say Evan Lewis as another one who almost always seem to find ways to score runs, especially in white ball cricket. You could rely on him to get you a big score every so often, whether he's playing on the local scene or whether he's representing a franchise. And another well pitched up delivery that is guided down to Baba. That I can understand, but I still don't understand why you think he needs the 4 players on the onside. Because even if he has the man on the boundary at point, you could put, another fielder on the onside, on the offside rather, to kind of plug a gap over there. Maybe you do extra cover mid-off, and you have your slip on your gully, plus the protection out in it, because everything is being angled out there. So that is where you need to if the bowler bowls one in the patch, then that's bad bowling. As a captain, you can set field, because as it is right now, it's like he's setting the field for bad bowling. And it's like you're asking the bowler to do one thing, but you're not really setting the field, because it's almost like you don't trust him to do it, because you're still giving protection on the onside when you're asking him to bowl exclusively on the offside. So we had a little pitch repair, maybe some sawdust added.
Has been a concern from this end, especially for the pace bowlers. Almost wonder if sometimes it's just a bit too much of that T20 cricket trying to set a field all around sort of proliferates into this format, and almost just the lack of playing this format, you sort of get a bit less creative with your field sets.
I suppose you're right in that regard, because what happens is that batsmen tend to do strange things.
I guess
they
even
go against the grain, the reverse sweep, and things like that. But again, I haven't seen one player play a reverse sweep here today, or in this entire game so far.
it's definitely something I noticed as well, because earlier when Pierre was bowling, they was setting it exclusively for the conventional sweep, and I kept wondering why no one was trying to reverse sweep. It was a lot of acreage out on the offside.
But what Jason Mohammed has been able to do is to kind of back away and use the open the face and use the acreage, as you said, vacant spaces out there, and pick up a couple of boundaries down to third man. As another swing over comes to an end, 241 for 3. He's keeping things fairly quiet. 112 now to Jason Mohammed. Jid Gully's up to 14. Now the thing is, I don't know how many of these games you've seen in recent years. When I used to play this game, the scores used to be big scores. I remember I played in one where I think Larry Gooms got 100, Richard Gabriel got 100, and Sheldon Gooms got a double 100. So we had scored somewhere in the region of almost 580, 590 against South. But this game was played at Gilbert Park, and if you know Gilbert Park, after the first hour or two, it's like batting on concrete.
Always feel it's a great place to bat at.
You know, and they were feasting on that. And this is against the test spinners, Ilshan Ali, Rafiq Jumadeen, and Rajiv Anand in the South lineup. And they were just teeing off. That's a good shot. He got it into the gap. He's going to get a couple here. I don't think he's going to get a boundary. And yes, it's cut off. But they're able to go back for a third run.
Just don't see quite the same level of batting that we used to see just a few years ago. Other times, don't see those high scores. Unless, of course, you're in Rawalpindi in Pakistan.
And Shoaib Akhtar not bowling. Because the Rawalpindi Express used to make life difficult even on placid pitches.
Yes, that was sort of why they had to come up with creative ways to bowl, and it's nicely played there from Jason Mohammed. Delicate timing takes that to the boundary eventually. It's 4 more to his total.
And again, the off spinner really shouldn't allow himself to be driven through the offside like that. If he's gonna drive you, let him drive you down the ground or on the onside with the turn, with the spin. But when you pitch up that far outside the off time that he could square drive you like that, you're bowling the wrong line. And he goes again. He's gonna burl this one to the left now. The fielder has some work to do. That's Webster. 2 comfortable runs. And now they're down to in the 90s now in terms of runs required by South, up to 250. 250 is on the board.
Comes back around the wicket now.
And that's Jason Mohammed again trying to use the angle to use that same gap that you see in there, either to the right of Webster or to his left.
Gouveia as well, coming down later on in his spell here, is definitely too much offside. Initially, there were actually just 3 fielders in the offside, and you had to reinforce that field. Just as you were saying, to account for the more loose bowling.
So another over comes to an end. Gouveia now 1 for 67 from 16. It's 251 for 3. But I think from a selector standpoint, put on your selector's hat now. Are you happy with what you're seeing, especially from your batsmen?
Definitely happy with what I've seen from some of the batsmen so far in this match. Puran, Cooper and Mohammed. Definitely a bit disappointing from Cooper. Not too much he could have done on that occasion. Would have played well up until that point, and you don't want to take away anything from that innings. Definitely would be walking out to open the batting for that first 4-day encounter. I think Mohammed as well, what we've seen. So
I think they're having an issue with the ball again. Maybe the dew is taking effect here. So they're being forced to find a dry ball. And with 77 overs bowled.
We'll see. I don't recall having seen this too much in international test match cricket for day-night games. Although it does make sense on the surface when you do look at it. So many times you see the bowlers looking for a ball change when there's not much going on for them, and now just happily getting the ball change.
Well, the thing about it is that they changed the ball. They didn't, I don't think they showed it to the batsmen. The bowlers have it. And the batsmen are going to see it for the first time when it's coming at them. If I was a batsman, I'm sure I was walking down there and just having a little look at it and maybe even bat it around a little bit just to see what it feels like coming off the bat. But they're changing the ball yet again.
Earlier, would have had a discussion about this was been the Duke or the Kookaburra ping ball being used.
That's two, yeah?
Just
That's your medal, yeah?
to get some clarity on that for the viewers out there.
I know the Australians, they use the kookaburra, and it's almost like, for him to think back, do you think Australia ever lost a day-night game? With especially on home soil? I don't think they've lost any of those games. And that kookaburra does all kind of magic.
You look at Mitchell Stark's stats in day-night matches. Exceptional stuff.
I remember when the West Indies used to play in the World Series, the Karipaka World Series in Australia. Of course, that's when the whole colored clothing came in and the whole 9 yards. And the West Indies played in pink. That was a talking point back in the day. I'm not sure if Viv Richards and they were too happy playing in pink, but they played, as a unit in that and did very well. And Jason Mohammed just missing out there.
Of course, now you have the Rajasthan and Barbados Royals playing in pink.
Yep.
Far cry from those days.
Yeah. But that Karipaka series really opened people's eyes to the possibilities of what we have today now in terms of, limited overs cricket and even the T20 cricket. Music and, just the whole atmosphere, cheerleaders, everything like that. And but they had big crowds. They attracted big crowds. And plus it was on television a lot because that was his business, his main business. He owned a channel. He ran television, Karipaka. So he had his own channel, Channel 8. So it was easy for him to put it on. Great shot again. Well played once more. And that's 4 good-looking runs to Jason Mohammed. He just goes from strength to strength now and is up to 123. 255 now for 3. It doesn't matter which ball they use, they all get the same treatment and they all get rolled in the dew the same way.
Even with that reinforced offside field, still Jason Mohammed can find those gaps with ease.
This has really been a splendid innings. It has been a responsible innings because he had to consolidate when he first came in. He kind of took whatever the bowlers gave him, and they didn't give him much early on. So he had to bide his time, and now he's probably in a space where he can afford to now dictate a little bit more. And I think if I know Jason Mohammed, he's probably going to bat for tomorrow as well. Because I am thinking in his mind, he might be thinking he could score a double 100 here. No. And again, another gift that he's not able to put away, and you can see him really kicking himself that he didn't put that one away. So it remains 255 rather, for 3 at the end of another over. Liam?
Eight overs bowled so far.
I can hear where you're going.
Filton Williams just warms up as he gets ready to re-enter the attack from the southern end, as Liam Mamchan also enters the attack from the northern end.
My preferred end, Dylan. Much rather bowl from this northern end when I play here. Don't ever like to stay too far away from the mic. As it looks like it's going to be Filton Williams, who is back in from the southern end. Score now 255 for 3, 78 overs, 2 overs away from the new ball being available.
Will
It'll
they
be
take
interesting.
it?
That's what's going to be interesting. What is interesting to me though, and I think they are going to take it, because we're seeing now the fast bowlers operating, Williams and just so Sween, they might just be getting warm. And with just 6 overs remaining in the day, if you could get that new ball in for those last 4 overs, you can put some pressure on Jit Gully and Jason Mohammed, who will be trying to survive to finish the day's play.
It's always very important to take that new ball when it comes to a day-night game. Regardless of what you think you could put out there as far as intensity, you always have the added assistance of the lights, and well, I'm not sure how much science there is behind the extra movement and how much of it is more just perception of how the ball might be looking in the light.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I do sometimes see a bit more movement. And it could have something to do with maybe the conditions are a bit more favorable in terms of it's not as hot. So the bowlers are getting to put that extra behind the ball and forcing some movement. A ball there again from Filton Williams. Affectionately called Kendrick Nunn. Across cricketing fraternities. It's a spitting image of a basketball player by the name of Kendrick Nunn.
Which basketball team would that be?
I believe he used to play for the Lakers and the Miami Heat. Not sure where he's at now. He played there from Gully. But straight to carry pair. One delivery to go. Gully 17 of 44. Mohammed, another brilliant display from a brilliant player. 123 not out of 204 deliveries. Showing the presence of mind to bat for a long period of time and is able to take the game into his own hands when necessary. That's the outside edge. And Jit Gully should get 2 here. In fact, he's going to get 4 runs, go via. One of the quickest around, unable to stop that. And Jit Gully gets a much needed boundary for South. The score moves on now to 259 at the end of over number 79.
It certainly was a delivery just to wake Gully up for the final 5 overs here. Just doing enough to catch the outside edge, and luckily it didn't result in his dismissal.
Jason, there's a change in bowling. Carey's now coming left hand.
Carey Pierre
Welcome.
gonna
5 guys.
re-enter
5.
the
Let's push
attack.
for this 5.
Well, I thought the reason he got Sween and Filton Williams into the attack was to get the fast bowlers warm because he was going to take the new ball. But instead, he's going to take the ball.
Only get the 5. If you already reach the cutoff.
Certainly don't doubt that Pierre could bowl with the new ball as well, but wouldn't quite go for that tactic in these conditions. Straight to the fielder there. But full to start off from Pierre.
He was out of the attack for a while. He's going to take a ball or two just to get back into his rhythm, and then he's going to go right back to his spot, which is just out too full. And Jason Mohammed was easily just timing that one down, and Dexter Sween pulls out the big dive. A good effort from the big man, and he cuts off the boundary, so they only get 2. And good to see late in the day Dexter Sween putting in that big dive.
Exceptional bit of fielding there.
And he had to pull it out as well. I think if he didn't do that, could have very well seen Jason Mohammed move on to 127 with a boundary. He just gets 2. Full again from Pay, and Mohammed pushing the ball to Sween and gets through for a quick single. Good running.
3 deliveries, I'm not sure landed where Pierre would have wanted them to.
It's over to you.
Cooley now takes strike.
Keep going.
A ball from Pay. Ramaran seems to have gotten an ease up from the short leg duties. He's at mid wicket now. And that's where a ball from Pay. Goody, 21 of 47 now. It's batted well. A long on deep mid wicket. And a deep square leg in place for him. Let's go via at long on. And let's hit away down to deep square for a single. That is Vikash Mohan out there and Raj at mid wicket. So that's the end of over number 80. New ball now available. And South, they trail by 83. They're 263 for 3. Just 4 overs left in the day's play.
Well, I certainly don't see anyone running out with any new ball.
Unless the umpires already have it, not quite sure. And it looks like Filton Williams is going to bowl with the old ball. I see him just shining the old ball there.
He's going to have a bit of bad memories of day-night matches when it comes to West Indies, because always remember back to when we played in England, would have had a twilight period late on one of the days, would have been at Edgbaston, and remember that we didn't take the new ball when all logical evidence was pointing to us taking it. I certainly don't like when I see them continuing with the old ball at this stage.
It's interesting because with the old ball it's a bit harder to get away because it's on a bit softer. New ball obviously is going to swing around a bit more, but it also, you know, they're able to hit the ball away quite easily. And I think what we could very well see is that the fast bowlers who come out fresh in the morning will come out with the new ball in hand.
And again, you could also consider the umpires might be worried that the new ball gets too wet and then they have to change it.
That's also something to consider. And it could very well be. But I believe it is up to the players at the end of the day in terms of choosing a new ball. It's available from the 80th over.
We also saw as well, just from that delivery, just a bit of movement. We saw Filton Williams in the previous over as well. Seemed to be bowling with quite some intensity, so didn't look to be like if he was too tired from the day's proceedings.
And on the back foot is Gully. Defended nicely. That one just seemed to lob up at him, didn't come through. And Williams into his now 11th over of the day. One ball from Williams again, and Gully keeps it out. One ball to go in over number 81.
There's 3 overs remaining after this. Both these batsmen would want to just get through to the close-up play. Do have to consider that as a bowling and fielding outfit as well.
Oh, that one keeping a bit low, it seemed. And Gully just exaggerating the shot a bit at the end of over number 81. 263 for 3. Gully 22. Mohammed 126 not out of 207 with 16 fours. And said the best strike rate of all the batsmen so far, 60.
Nothing here? Nothing here? That was... Huh? Bowling. Yeah.
Will be paid to continue on to the end of this play.
Little more.
Yeah, he is carried pace. 17 overs. He's bowled the most overs today, just behind Mikel Govaya. Most bowls just in front of Mikel Govaya. In fact, he's bowled 16. And Mohammed easily pushes this one into the onside. Down to Sween for a single. Don't expect to see anything too rash at this stage of the day, Dylan. It's just about getting to that point in time where the umpire flicks the bails off the stumps with no wickets falling. An appeal, but Gully says, what is all that about? I was downstairs just now, then in the stand, and I saw Gerard Basso deep in conversation with David Furlong, and I think he was recommending who David Furlong should go with for the first game. It's up to David Furlong at the end of the day if he listens to someone of the expertise of Gerard Basso.
And if he put himself up for contention.
Can't be as a cricketer. Definitely can't be as a coach. As Gully drives this one down to Sween at mid-off for 1.
Might be as a chef.
Oh. He's not bad in the kitchen.
Also notice one of the physios walking around the field throughout this session.
I think it's just about making sure the players are taken care of. Via point. In fact, that's more on that point. Stopping that one.
1-1.
Jid Goody's played some nice shots this afternoon, or tonight in fact, down the ground. And that shows me that the wicket is still good. He's playing through the line of the ball nicely. And even now with Ishgully, that's what we're going to call it. Rambaran there, Dejon Charles at first slip. And it's been a good day's play, a good day for batsmen. I think Salt would be very happy with the position that they're in at this stage. But they won't want to lose another wicket before the end of the day. And Jid Gully, you can see they stylishly And just playing that ball to Raj. Isaiah Raja at cover. And this partnership building nicely as well. They're well over 50 now. They're 63. That's what they've put on together. 40 of that to Jason Mohammed. 23 to Gully. As Williams is in. And Gully drives, but straight to mid-off. Cash more out there. Salt will be very happy, as I said, but it is important for them to not lose a wicket in these last 2 overs. You would expect that North would take the new ball early in the morning with Filton Williams and Dexter Sween fresh. Joshua James could be used as well. Tion Webster. And that's an LBW appeal, and that looked good. It's close, but umpire Lyndon Rajkumar says not out. That one looked like it came back in sharply. Filton Williams. Let's have a look at it again. Well. Jade Gully could... I think it's a tough decision for the umpire there. It did a lot. It came back in quite a lot. And might have been going down leg. But it is hard to see. I thought at first glance it looked pretty good. But it did quite a bit. Might have just been clipping the leg stump. So Gully would consider himself lucky to be out there still. And with just 8 deliveries left in the day. Can he, both him and Jason Mohammed, go on to tomorrow untouched? Here he is again, down the leg side. Antonio Gomez takes the catch, and Jed Gully goes. Well. Filton Williams providing some late magic here for this North team. And Jed Gully, he's unhappy, but he has to go. He's still out there. And we'll wait and see. Let's have a look at the replay in the meantime. Gomez seems to have taken the catch cleanly, so I'm not sure what Gully is waiting on out there. There's a bit of confusion. I'm really not sure. I'm not sure if Gully is saying that Gomez did not take the catch cleanly or if he didn't hit it. But he's still there. And umpire Rajkumar is now going back to his post. And the decision is not out. Well. Some controversy late on in the day here. And Joshua James is signaling for the review. Let's have a look at it again. Up close and a bit slower. It's hard to tell from there, but it looks like bat to me. Yeah, it definitely looks like bat. So I guess it's if the... Well, I think that's what Jed Gully was signaling, that Gomez did not take that catch cleanly. It was a great effort, a one-handed dive down the leg side. But I'm not sure what went on there. I'd like to see a replay once more, just so we can see that catch from Gomez. To see if that was clean as well. He immediately seemed to... If you could just slow that down there. I would like to see the ball going into the gloves. We'll probably have a look at it during the break between the overs. And Red is not happy. So it's just going to go down as a dot ball. Gully lives to fight another day. 7 deliveries left in the day's play now, and Gully's long forward, and that is the end of over number 83. 265 for 3. Let's have a look at it there. So Gomez is the man in question here. And from this angle, he has it there. And it's a bit inconclusive from here. To me, it looked like he took a clean catch. I don't know if maybe when he dived and his glove hit the floor, if it turned over and the ball made contact with the ground. We'll have to ask a few questions about that later on. But Filton Williams would consider himself very unlucky not to have a wicket late in the day here. So we're into the final over now. Carry pair, 18 overs, 5 maidens, none for 38. He is into bowl. The final over. So that was interesting because umpire Raj Kumar seemed to give it out, which means the bat, it definitely hit the bat. It was umpire, when he conferred with umpire Narayan at square leg, that's when the decision changed. So that tells me that umpire Narayan said it has to be the catch, exactly. So here is pair. 1 over to go. Mohammed starts off with a dot, and you don't expect Jason Mohammed to do anything crazy with 5 deliveries to go in the day's play. Another dot. There we see Dylan Sharma, always watching cricket. You can see, looking at the New Zealand T20 blast. And a good single for Jason Mohammed there. I don't know if I would have taken that single. I think Jit Guli's been under some pressure. He got an LBW appeal that looked pretty close. He got that caught behind. It's hard to tell. We're still not sure what went on there because about that catch with Antonio Gomez, it seemed that umpire Narayan said that the ball was flawed. Gomez seems to think he took the catch cleanly. And Gully lives to fight another day. There's a single again. 2 deliveries left in the day now. Mohammed 128 not out. He's on strike. And Gully 24 of 64. He's gotten 2 chances really, Jade Gully. He's going to look to go big tomorrow. And don't think anybody would disagree with that. Jade Gully is a really good player. And he's going to be a part of the Trinidad to be a good team for a long time. And he just needs to continue to score runs. Here is pair. Final delivery of the day. Pair to Mohammed. And Jason Mohammed ends the day off with a bang. It goes over the ropes. And 6 runs just to close off the day. What a finish from Jason Mohammed at the end of 84 overs. South 273 for 3. They trail by 73 going into day number 3. A lot of threes to talk about there. And Jason Mohammed, who wears number 3 on his back, closes off the day on 134 not out. And South in a commanding position here at the end of day 2. We spoke about guys getting hundreds and Jason Mohammed showing how it is done. Cephas Cooper got out. Might have been a bit unlucky in that decision as well. He was out for 98. He played brilliantly all day. And after him was Jason Mohammed, 134 not out. They came together when South were in a lot of trouble at 29 for 2. And they put on 173 runs for the 3rd wicket. At the end of today's play, South on top of this one, 273 for 3. Join us back tomorrow as we come in for action for day number 3.